Can you hear us, Joy? Testing audio, testing audio.
Minutes late. Okay, welcome everyone. It's time to get started. I want to welcome commissioners. Thank you for being here. And Aaron is our attorney. Thank you for your time. And our Director White, hello from, where are you?
Good morning. I apologize for not being there. I'm in Coeur d'Alene for a conference. So I am have my flight in a few hours, but again, I apologize for not being there in person.
You and Commissioner Quinn could be in the same room. Okay.
I was saying I'm just down the street from you.
Okay, well, we appreciate everyone being here. Thank you for those that are joining us. We'd like to go ahead and get started with our meeting. We have first on the agenda our commission work, the minutes from April 10th, 2025 and May 12th, 2025. May 12th was a special meeting. Are there any corrections or additions to those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes from April 10th and May 12th board meetings or commission meetings, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have on our agenda executive session. We have a motion to move into executive session.
I will move.
Yeah, could you read what we're, the reason, we need to have the reason on record of the reason we're going into.
Yes. The commission will enter into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74-206F to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency, to discuss the legal ramifications of and legal options for pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated, but imminently likely to be litigated.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor of the executive?
Roll call.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Maybe Joy can do that for me.
Could you do the roll call vote?
McPhee,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barrett,
Yes.
Commissioner Holder,
Yes.
Commissioner Hedger,
Aye.
Commissioner Quinn,
Yes.
Commissioner Amador,
Aye.
Commissioner Paulos.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll move into any, we need, I guess everybody voted in favor. Is the voting unanimous? So we'll move into executive session. So are we,
There is a separate link for that.
so is Jan,
So they should not be on, none of those should be.
I will not be attending executive session.
right, we're
and-
trying to cut it off.
The Commissioner Quinn should sign off and back on.
Yep, there's a separate link, Commissioner Quinn.
Well, we've kind of changed that.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I should log
Mr. Quinn, would you log off?
I got it.
You shouldn't see Jen White anymore. Ooh, long.
Alan?
So it's not. She.
Hang on.
I'm on it.
I don't know why.
Well, please.
Okay, we're gonna have to read. They want that.
Huh? Okay, sounds good.
We'll keep you on the speakerphone.
Okay.
And will this be muted, or will you be exiting out and then coming back on?
Okay, we have returned from executive session. We appreciate the help there and letting us do that. We'd like to continue with item number 3, consideration of renewal conditions. Director White, would you like to start this for us? Give us some background.
Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties. I've asked Jared Dawson to discuss this matter since he's familiar with the history and is able to provide you all with context appropriate for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Jared, appreciate that.
Chairman Reed, Commissioners, we're here to discuss met condition for Chief Toggy as part of the renewal in 2022. One of the conditions was that they must submit all required reports to Charter Commission, to state agencies based upon the reporting calendar on time. As of this current year, the we're ending, there were 3 documents. One was missing, which was our assurances survey that we send out in July of every year. That was not provided. And then 2 reports to the State Department, an APR report and IC data uploads were late. IC uploads, some were submitted, some required revisions as well. It does affect some state issues that they are required to do. So that's what we're here to discuss. I believe the school is prepared to speak to this as well.
Okay, so there's someone here from the school. Okay, please. Thank you, Jared. We'll probably have some questions for you.
Hey, so my name, I don't know if I should stand or sit. I'm gonna sit.
You can sit.
My name's
Yeah.
Jessica Wilson. I'm the Director of School Programs at Chief Tuggy Elementary Academy. I put together a little PowerPoint and I have a document just that you guys can pass around and look at. One of my backgrounds is I'm a school psychologist. And so I was like, I'm gonna start the meeting a little bit like I do an IEP meeting. Where I always start my meetings by talking about some things that do really good. So I'll ask the parents and the teachers, like, tell me some stuff that's really good about your student. And so Chief Tuggy Elementary Academy, I want to just touch base on 2 things that I think we're doing really good. If it's clicks, it's not happy. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it is. We're getting a new building. I don't know if the commission is aware of this, but we got a $4.5 million grant from Impact Aid Construction. It is a federal grant that was awarded to 3 schools nationwide. And it's awarded sporadically, so there has not been awarded for 5 years, and we got a grant. And so we're currently building and been working on the construction of our new building. It's been a process. So we started with the engineering plans and going through all of that and hiring a construction manager. And we are to the point where all of the plans have been finalized and they have cleared the land and are pouring concrete as of yesterday. So I'm super excited about that. When you get $4.5 million, you're like, $4.5 million. And then you start going into the construction, you're like, oh, $4.5 million. But I think that's a really positive thing that we are doing. It is going to be a prefabricated steel building. In order to save costs, it's now going to be just one boring gray because multiple colors cost too much money, but it's a start. It will be functional on the inside, even if it's not the prettiest. Do you guys have any questions on the building? Were you aware of the building? Oh, well, we have a new building. I think that's exciting. This is just the GAN that you can see when it was awarded, so in 2023. The second thing that we've been doing really good is we met all of our SWIP goals. So our RRI scores increased by 10% from last year. So a double-digit growth is huge. We were really excited about that. Our SWIP goals were 7% growth, and we were able to reach that, exceed that. Our math SBAC increased 7%. Our goal was 7%. We met our 7% goal. Our math scores are still, in my opinion, significantly lower than we would like them to be. So we're making progress. One of our goals for next year is to adjust what we're doing and really have a high focus on math, because I think that grow even more. But we did meet our SWIFT goal, and our ELA SVAC scores increased by 10%. So again, that double-digit growth. Our average attendance for 2024-2025 school year was 95.61%, which I was super excited about because when I came on, we were about in the 80s, upper 80%. As a school, we cannot take full credit for all of this. The community came forward and did a lot of stuff for this. They created an attendance task force. One of the things is that the community recognized that attendance is a major problem across Indian country, but specifically with our Native children on the Fort Hall Reservation. And so they created a task force that includes the schools, the law enforcement, the courts, and tribal youth ed. And so we now have a procedure that has a little bit of teeth because we can pull in the community resources to help. So after a certain amount of absences, they do a home visit, the police do a home visit, tribal youth ed does a home visit. Then if we still have continued absences and we've met with the families, then there are court sanctions on the families. And so that's been huge. So that's a little bit that we've been doing good. I also want to introduce back at the school, we have our Dr. Sid Crew. She's the principal at our school. And she's actually retiring. This is her last month. We just hired a new principal. And then behind her is our school improvement coordinator, Jody Togiai, and she's here to answer questions as well. So that was my portion of what we're doing really well, but we're here for a reason too. And so the next portion would be our needs. And so what we did is we created an action plan to address the areas of concern. One of the things that as a new director coming in, there's a lot of things to do. And with the new building and all of those things in our school improvement and the scores were a high focus and the different aspects were a high focus. Unfortunately, that meant that there were some of the things that dropped and we've had a high turnover of staff. We've been through 3 business managers within the last few years that have either quit or gotten a new job and then transitioned. So every time we get somebody new in and within our small community, it's hard to get business managers that understand the educational process or anything that way. So that's been a little bit there. So the goal of the action plan is to address the operational and compliance challenges caused by high administrative staff turnover, specifically targeting missing reports, the Idaho Charter School Commission, State of Idaho Department, Education, and IC upload errors. This plan establishes a structured framework to ensure the timely submission of all reports and proper financial oversight with full implementation by August 1st, 2025. Oh, it's kind of there, but our first step is what I had marked as the first, the internal tracking system and deliverables. So our action step, and I know you can read, but I'm just going to read through it, so sorry. Develop a centralized annual compliance calendar in Google Sheets, listing all Idaho Charter School Commission and State Department education reporting requirements, deadlines, and responsible parties. I know that there is what's due to the Idaho School Commission and then what's due to the State of Idaho, and they have the data acquisition calendar. Within the data acquisition calendar, there are some things that apply to us and some things that don't apply to us. And so what our goal is an administrative team is to set up everything that applies to us, get rid of the stuff that doesn't apply to us and have an ongoing sheet so that we can review that. As an admin team, we meet every Tuesday morning. And so what I want to do is review all pending missed submissions during the weekly admin meeting. So if we have a running document doesn't have all the excess stuff in it, we can go through and be like, this is due, who's responsible, how are we doing that? But one reason to do that is to assign a responsible party. So myself and the principal as leads people responsible to go through. So we want to finish the calendar by June 21st, but I did notice that we're still waiting on some of the state data acquisition calendar, and then full compliance by July 15th. I know the next ICE report is coming due as well. Issue 2, late financial report, annual finance. This one we have been transitioning business managers. We have and I'm open to suggestions on this one too. We have recently contracted with Cooper Norman. Do I want to try that? Oh, wait. Oh, no, you can't see it on the screen. We recently contracted with Cooper Norman accounting firm to oversee our financial operations, including payroll, state reporting, and funding tracking. The biggest hurdle there that we've had to come is funding sources and maybe the outside corporate America is significantly different than educational funding, where we don't have line items, we're fund accounting, right? And so it's been a learning curve for Cooper Norman and the people that we're working with there. They've been working with the state to figure out all of that. One of the goals is if we have an agency we work with, rather than internal turnover every time we get a business manager, I'm hoping that they have more staff, and therefore if they have turnover, it's easier for them to pick up the slack and work it that way. That's our goal there. We also want to train one internal staff member to serve as a liaison with Cooper Norman to bridge the communication gaps. This has been a work in progress, and establish quarterly check-ins between Cooper Norman and board treasurer, so that we have a communication between the board and Cooper Norman. Does anybody have any questions that I'm going, or you want me to keep going over our action plan? Keep going. Okay, our other thing was the IC upload errors. And one of the things that we noticed here is that I have been taking on a majority of the IC uploads. IC should be a team effort. And so this was not an effective strategy. It was trying to be effective, and we did get our IC uploads uploaded. It's been a learning curve for me, but also we had a lot of errors in our IC uploads, so they'd have to come back and say, hey, you have these errors, can you resubmit them, and things like that. So in order to address this, we want to make this more of a team effort. So train at least 2 additional staff members to assist with the IC uploads and validations. Some examples were the attendance clerk or the admin assistants, or the principal, those things. Make an IC standing agenda item on our weekly Tuesday 9:00 a.m. team meetings to ensure review of reports, troubleshoot errors, and plan corrective actions. Another thing in this that we were trying to get implemented is having an ongoing spreadsheet. So for example, on our special education IC reports, you have to have all of your special education students, their dates and their minutes and things like that. So when we have a new IEP meeting, instead of waiting till the IC uploads and then trying to panic and get everything together, we have an ongoing document. We have an IEP meeting, we immediately put it into our spreadsheet so we can track that this is the new date, this is maybe the new minutes, and those kind of things. Cross-cutting strategy for our weekly administrative meetings. So this is our strategies there. You can look through this on your own. And monitoring and evaluation. So we have this, one of the things is a monthly summary of compliance status will be provided to the school board every school board meeting. And I think that this is an important start, that we need to be incorporating our school board into tracking us as well. Accountability, so that when we lose track of things, we have somebody going, no, Jessica, you're supposed to be held accountable at this level. And we have that part as well. And so our goal is to achieve compliance by August 1st. Do you guys have any questions for me? I went through that fast, but we spent some time brainstorming and putting together an action plan that we want to implement to address the needs this way.
Questions? Yes, Edric.
Thank you. Jessica, what is your school population?
So we have 105 to about 120, give and take, throughout the year of students. We go through K through 7th grade. Right now, we have 100% of our student populations are either tribal members of a federally recognized tribe or descendants of a tribe. We have 70%, over 70% of our student population qualify for direct certification, meaning that they're on Medicaid, foster care, food stamps, those kind of things. So our school qualifies for school-wide free lunch and free breakfast.
How's it trending? Has your population grown or decreased or stayed the same?
It stayed the same. One of the trends that we've noticed that we want to address is our K through 3rd grade always has the highest number of students, and they start to decrease by 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th grade. There's a couple reasons for that. One of the biggest for our 6th and 7th, or when they get into older, is we don't have as much to offer as maybe a middle school. We don't have sports, we don't have things like that. So we need to start thinking outside the box of how do we draw students into those grades? How do we retain students? One of the things that we are going to start doing this year is having more land pedagogy, so land-based learning. So our 6th and 7th grade are going to be doing quarterly field trips to learn. And so we're trying to say, okay, how do we think outside the box to reach the needs of the students? But also, what is the reason that you're choosing Chief Tuggy versus why would you choose maybe a traditional school? And we want them to say, hey, we're choosing Chief Tuggy. A lot choose it because of our focus on language and culturally responsive teaching and things like that. But we want them to say, hey, not only do we get that, but we're also going to have high test scores and high academic achievement, but we're also having this aspect. So we also have a high special education population. We have about 24 students on IEPs, which is higher than the state average for schools.
The chairman follow.
Please.
It says you're chronically late with these reports. You had turnover, but if chronically late means this has been going on for a long time. I saw how you have these plans. Why should we approve this now rather than waiting until you get all the forms in and make all the applications? And get up to date and make a commitment to continue that. I mean, you're using taxpayer dollars. There's a responsibility. We have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure those dollars are spent wisely. You have an obligation to the state and to this commission to make sure you file the paper. Why should we approve that?
So, a little bit of our history. This is my 2nd year as the director, so I'm new to the director role. Prior to me coming on to the director role, there was another director, and there was a lot of issues. He ended up being let go by the school board. And that is the prior history that we're trying to overcome a lot of a multitude of different things that have occurred within the school. It's not an excuse. That's why I'm like, we need an action plan that sets forward. Coming to this, I was expressing that it is my responsibility. So
You're going to get it done.
we are going to get it done. We have a really strong administration team. And I think that some of it needs to be not me taking all of it. I need to give. And that's one of the things that I've had to learn as a director. Sorry, I'm really passionate about our school, and the thought that our school could be affected because of something that I didn't follow through with is really upsetting to me, because our students count on us. They count on me as a director. And so, sorry. I want to be able to put forth our best school, our best thing, and I am holding myself accountable and our team accountable for our action plan, which is why we set very specific goals with very specific ideas on how there's so much, and we can't let the important things slip through the cracks. We can't. And that's why we have to have an action plan that fits it.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Jared,
Madam,
hold on a minute.
okay,
Jared, how often are these reports due?
The data acquisition calendar has different reports due throughout the state of the year. So we have IC uploads, we have
Sorry, thank you.
our reports that are due to us. It covers the entire calendar.
So they're due more than once a year.
Correct. Yeah, there's multitudes of reports.
Okay. And you've been director for how long?
2 years. Yeah.
So that's 2 years.
They did meet this condition last year. But this is the first year of the renewal that they have not met this condition.
Okay.
It is a recurring condition that they have to do it every single year.
Yes, please.
Mr. Dawson. Sometimes in, this world, we don't recognize, how many reports might be submitted and how many data points and all these things. I mean, can you just give us a ballpark of, like over the year, these are the number of reports a charter school has to submit or data points that have to be submitted and, the proportion we're talking about. I don't know if it's like they're missing, 1% or 75% mark here.
Off the top of my head, Commissioner Amador. I defer to Jessica. A lot of those don't come to us. I can pull up the data acquisition calendar, but it's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I can get that information.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Chairman,
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Kohler and then come back to you.
Sure. We got that fixed.
We are working on getting it fixed, yes. We have it fixed. We have a plan and we have an action items to delineate. We're waiting to do the spreadsheet so that we can follow through. Yes,
You got it fixed.
yes, I give my word.
Commissioner Barrett.
Chairman Reed, and a question perhaps for staff. Jared, do you know how long it's been since Chief Tuggy has been without conditions?
Yeah, Commissioner Mayor, Commissioners, they, as of their renewal 2 years ago, had several conditions applied. This condition was met last year. They did have several academic conditions as well. As far as previous performance certificates, grab me 1 second. Make sure that we are accurate here.
Just following up, I want to see a long-term trend because that's what really matters to me. Is long-term trends, and it seems like we're here again. Chairman Reed, maybe a question for Director Wilson.
Okay,
while Jenny's
please.
looking that up. And did you say you have hired a new principal?
Yes, we did.
And who's your new principal?
David Morardi. David Morardi, he just accepted, he hasn't started yet. He starts August 1st.
Okay. And how many staff members? Chairman, follow.
Okay, so
Staff,
26.
26 staff members and about 105 students.
We ended last year, sorry, Vice Chair. We ended last year with 109.
Want to follow up again?
Please.
We're waiting. So you mentioned that there were several reports that were due, some applied to you and some didn't apply to you. What's an example of something that doesn't apply to you?
That does not apply to me. So there's some in there that will say like districts only, and some will say charters only. So one of the, and I'm trying to think of a district only chart, I'd have to pull up the data acquisition calendar. For example, we can't do a certain tax-based reporting because we don't have a tax base we go all over. So any of the ones that would be tax-based reporting, we don't do, or some of the reports that are certain school modernization funds versus other modernization funds, we have access to some of those, and districts have access to certain things. So it's however the legislature applied certain things, would be some of the reports that maybe are on the data acquisition calendar will say charter and districts or districts only.
okay, so Jared, are you ready? Or we have another, well, we did have someone that wanted to say something.
They're ready for us. They said they're ready for us.
I just wanted to, this is Sid Crew. I'm the current principal of Chief Tuggy. I just turned 73 and I'm retiring. I've been the principal here for 12 years. And in 2011, I worked with a team of folks out here to write the charter and for the school to form. I just wanted you to know that there are extenuating circumstances that Jess Wilson is not at fault for, but is taking responsibility for. When our past director was reported to the ethics board. He and our IT person shut us down, our video, our bookkeeping, our website, everything. The finance was a mess that we could not even, we had 2 accounting firms helping us get it straightened out. So we have been making steps to improve the school. I love this school. I'm retiring because it's time. And I will be around to help in any way possible, any of the transitions. But I just want you to know, in so many complex areas, it's taken this long to recover the books, to recover teacher morale, to recover. It was extraordinary. Last year was just almost unbearable, and I appreciate that Jessica stuck with it through this. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have about future progress. The land our school is on is $1 a year. The tribe and community are working in conjunction with us. We now have an accounting firm, which I had suggested way back in 2011 when we were first forming the school, that we always have, and that did not happen. But a lot of the late financials were due to, even with experts helping us, we just could not pull the information when the server was, everything was destroyed by our past director, which I just wanted you to know how extensive that was. And I have our capacity builder from the state of Idaho here with us. This is Jody Togiai, and she had a few things she wanted to tell you as well.
I just wanted to echo what Jessica and Sid have been saying. We found ourselves in a very deep hole with the financial records, and it's taken us a couple of years to dig out. With the server being down, we had more than one audit, and they couldn't even find a lot of the stuff. So we've been really working hard to try to get ourselves in a place that now we can see where everything's at. We can move forward with all the correct records and reporting as well. And from my standpoint as school improvement, we are on a wonderful trajectory. They met every single SWIP goal that was set by us and their team, and they have been working so hard to build the culture within their team. And you're probably wondering why there were so many teachers. Half of those are Shoshone teachers as well, because I heard Jess mention how many teachers, half of those are our Shoshone language teachers as well. So we've been working really hard, trying to build the trust and the team that we have, and we're on a great trajectory. We met every single SWIP and then some. And so I'm just so proud of the hard work there, the focus on ELA and math, and realizing that we have work to do to get all the reporting done. But Jessica kind of jumped in and took on everything. And we realize now we need to, it has to be more of a team effort to try to get all of those reports done. And there's a lot of reports.
And just for clarification, the 26 included staff, and our funding sources just were a little bit different in some charter schools. We get the state of Idaho funding, of course, we get the special education funding, we get the pass-through funding, so the titles and the things like that. But then we also get $150,000 every year from the tribes. So that helps pay for some of our Shoshone language teachers or our cultural teachers. And then we also get impact aid money, which is between $400,000 to $800,000 every year. What that's from the federal government. What that is money for us. It is money for students who live on the reservation and attend our school, so they don't have a tax base. They're not paying taxes because they're living on federal lands. And so that's the money that we get from impact aid. That's also the money that made us the reason we were eligible for the impact aid construction grant. that same impact aid would also apply to schools that had students that lived on a military base. And so they were not paying taxes or Forest Service, things like that. So that's a little bit of our breakdown of our funding sources. So when we have state reporting, we also have a lot of federal reporting that we need to do that way. And so when we're talking about that calendar, it needs to include not just the state data acquisition, but it needs to include all of our funding sources and our federal sources that way. We also just got an $800,000 grant that we combined with Chauvin Junior Senior High School for 2 years to help with teaching and advancing Native students and closing that achievement gap for Native students. But that's another funding source. So we have to make sure that action plan has that calendar that includes all funding sources, all reports that are due for every aspect. And that's what we want to hit, so we don't miss anything at any level.
Mr. Dawson.
Okay, I have several answers. So Commissioner Amador, it appears there are 172 items on the data acquisition calendar. That is not to say that everyone applies to each individual school, but that is considered expected. Commissioner Blair, in the 2017 to 2022 performance certificate, Chief Toggy had one condition that they will maintain mission specific standards focused on exceeding the ISAT outcomes at Fort Hall Elementary. Again, this was several years ago. And then just basically they would meet those set requirements. That was in previous commission time. On the current performance certificate, the conditions are the one that we're discussing right now, which is the reports being due. There are also 3 other conditions. 2 of them were due in 2023, December 2023, and those were waived. That was to achieve proficiency of at least 24% on math and 27% in ELA. Those 2 conditions were waived. One condition related to IRI literacy that was met. That was due at that.
We actually met that ELA goal. If it wouldn't have been waived, we didn't meet it. So that's exciting.
Oh,
Yeah, please.
just briefly, so the school's been in existence for 14 years. Has the school ever been without conditions?
As near as I can tell, based on previous performance certificates, no, but what those conditions are vary.
So if I may, so last year the condition was met, reporting condition. And you were the director then. So evidently you knew what reports need to be sent in because you met them last year. So I'm kind of following up with Commissioner Hendrick. So not knowing to me doesn't really create a reason because you knew, because you met it. So you just didn't worry about it this year.
We went through 2 more business managers.
We've been through 3.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to get a business manager to stay at our school.
I understand. There's still the buck stops somewhere.
And that's why I'm taking responsibility for it.
Any other questions, commissioners? Yeah, please.
Just follow up, how much do you receive in impact aid?
800,000 a year. Sydney, do you know how much we received last year in impact aid?
We receive each year, and we have ever since we first applied, between 600,000 and 800,000 a year from impact aid. That's based on the number of the money Congress allocates and the number of schools who are applying for it. And they have this pot of money. We apply every single year for that. And they then, depending on who is awarded that money, is the amount. They divide that pot up, and that is what we get. That's why it varies between 400,000 and 800,000 a year.
Okay.
We were just about 800,000 this last year.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Pardon me?
Okay, thank you for your input. Commissioners, thoughts or
Chair,
Please.
we, looks like that, they have to come back on June 30th next year.
If this condition is not met again, if it is met, they do provide everything. They do not have to come back for the commission.
And all of these need to be met by July 30th, 15th, is that right?
The way it's written is just a placeholder date of June 30th, so the end of the fiscal year. So everything in next fiscal year must be met by this time next year. I suppose until June commission.
Please.
Just an observation, it seems like money isn't the issue. If you receive 150,000 from the tribe and 600,000 to 800,000 from impact aid, and you receive the state money, I'm curious about if funding isn't the issue, isn't it? Do you have the ability to hire someone or to take more advantage of the resources that capacity builders have, something to help you meet the conditions that you haven't met? What am I missing?
I think it's the staff turnover, getting somebody to stay at our school. As a business manager with the knowledge base has been the hard part. I have been researching if there is so in the world of special education, there's firms that will provide speech and language pathologists or school psychologists. So I've been researching if there's firms that maybe are not located in, you don't necessarily have to be on site all the time for the business manager stuff. If there's somebody who could contract and maybe work remote, or if there's a business that we could do that could stay, it's getting somebody that wants to work at our school. We're a high needs population, and that stays. When we do get somebody like our last business manager that we had last year, he went to the casino and he's in Fort Hall. And he got a really high paying job in the casino, and education, it's hard to keep some of those high qualified business managers. So we're open for any suggestions or ideas on that, because we have the position. It's just keeping somebody there that we're struggling with.
Sure.
Please, Commissioner
I
McGrath.
have a question now, and because it sort of sounds structural, and maybe this is just my ignorance, but I'm trying to figure out in the school structure environment and separation of duties, if you will, what the difference between your role. So I think it's listed here as school director, then you have principal, then you have business manager. I'm trying to figure out how that structurally works. So if you could help me understand your school, and then how this fits into each of those roles, because I would assume each of those is potentially got their fingerprints on this at some point or another.
That is correct.
And then, who's ultimate, moving forward, if you move forward, how do we ensure that those roles work together and also deliver the product that we need at the end?
No, I think you're absolutely right, which is why in our action plan on Tuesday, when we meet as a team, our goal is to have it go over as a team, because there is a lot that way. So we can break it down a little bit. The business manager traditionally, and right now it's Cooper Norman that we're contracting with, they do payroll. They do our taxes, our payroll. They do our financials, so they pay all of the bills. I sign off on a bill as it comes through, saying, yep, this is good, and then they pay it, and then they attach it to our funding software and our funding software and our billing system, so that it's all connected. They provide me with the financial reports to present to the board. That's kind of our checks and balance. I approve it, but my hands are not in that component of paying it or doing things that way. So it's that separation and that checks and balances. Traditionally, that has been our business manager. So if I need a report, so for example, I have to report back to the Shoshone Tribes Business Council on how we spent the $150,000. I will, as our team, I'll help allocate. This is the staff that we're hiring. This is the amount we're doing. But then I will reach out to Cooper Norman, and so I sent an email yesterday or earlier this week and said, can you provide me a breakdown of all of the staff that we have being paid out of the tribes grant and a breakdown of their salary versus their benefits so that I can then present that to the tribes. So they kind of oversee that component of it. And then we go on to our principal. Our principal helps oversee the daily instruction and the work with the staff in the school. So she oversees discipline. She oversees kind of instructional and working with the staff that way, students, teacher observations, those kind of things. So that component of it. She also helps oversee the special education program. So when we're talking about IC or trying to get those things, her help on that end, and the discipline. So the ICE reports have a component on in-school or out-of-school suspension, things that way. And then when we come to, I'm sure I'm missing, there's a lot more duties within there. So this is just a general breakdown. So then when we come to me, some of my things is allocated resources. So here are our funds. How do I allocate the resources? What are our positions? How do we hire positions? How do we do things that way? And then my responsibility should be making sure all of our reports are done. That should fall on me, making sure those reports are in. I may not be the one submitting them, or I may not be the one that creates them, but I should be the one that makes sure that they are in. So I do believe that falls on me and my duties there. And so also part of my daily activities is, of course, there's all the stuff that comes throughout the day that were unexpected. But ensuring that the resources of Chief Tuggy is set up, ensuring that we have the capability of doing all of the stuff. One of the things that I realized that we have to find somebody else to do. I've been taking 10% of my time and doing school psych work at our school because we haven't been able to find a school psychologist. And so the goal is 10%, but when you have a population of almost 22% of our population is special education, that ends up taking too much time. We have to find a contracted school psychologist that can come out and do that work, so that I can focus on all of those other components and not the school psych components of the school. I feel like I missed a ton in there, but that just gives you a brief overview of a little bit of the delineation.
Commissioner Fuller.
Thank you, Chairman. Same question as Commissioner Amador. Who's the boss? When all is said and done, who's the boss of the school? Are you the boss or is the principal? I understand the role of the board.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say the board's boss.
Is the final authority.
Me.
You are.
It is me, and it comes down to me, which is why when I came to the board, I said, I have to do better.
Any questions?
I'm going to throw out a motion at this point.
Thank you.
I move we take no action on the unmet renewal conditions at this time. And we ask Chief Joseph to report back to us at our October meeting to report on compliance with any and all reports.
Okay. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Now realizing that we can't take any action in October, doesn't matter if they haven't done. It's just a,
I understand that.
okay,
It also puts them in the position of having to comply and us figuring out at that point whether it's going to happen. Then down the road, we can take action.
yeah, okay, just clarifying. Okay, any discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any, okay. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have one opposed. You got that, Joy? Sherilyn, yeah. Okay. It's gotta get done.
I get that. Okay.
I think the commission's being very generous.
I appreciate it, and our students and our community depend on it.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yes, please.
Jessica, how is the language training going? Are you seeing follow through? In other words, once the child has left Chief Targi, are they using this skill, or is it a skill that just fades because it's not used at? I mean, I understand the history behind it. Where are you with that?
I think we're making progress, and I'm gonna be 100% honest, we're working on a dying language. As our elders die off, our language is dying off. So there is language when our students are leaving that we hear them use words or phrases. And I think that is following through. They're doing it at home, families are doing it, we're seeing more of that. What we're still not seeing, where I would like to see, is the fluency. So phrases, short little sayings, you may respond mostly in English, but you can add in a little bit of Shoshone. That's kind of where we're at. One of the reasons we had the $800,000 grant with Showbam Junior Senior High School is because we need to bridge that. Right now, it kind of the instruction stops when they leave 7th grade. And so we're continuing that on and working together with the junior senior high school so that we can continue it on through high school. Another component that we're working really hard on is having a digital media platform. This is a very political undertaking within the tribes, where there is some, it's a delicate nature of how much do you let out as far as the curriculum into the community, and how much do you not have it broadly open. So we want to be able to have our families have access to some of the digital media so that they can practice at home with, if we can get the language being spoken in the home or being practiced at the home, that's where we're really going to see the progress even more. And so that's one of our goals that we're trying to do. Right now we have a YouTube channel, but it's a private YouTube channel, so you can only get access to it if you have the code. So families right now. And so that was kind of a long-winded answer. We're making progress. We're hearing the language spoken at home, but not fluent.
How is it in other areas?
Across the Indian country. There are some tribes that are significantly more advanced and having more language spoken and saved, that we have collaborated with other schools, immersion schools. And then there are other tribes in which the language have already been completely lost, and there's no hope of revitalization because the language is gone. So I think there's a broad umbrella. If you look at the spectrum between completely lost and a lot of fluent tribal members, I would say we're about here. It's not lost. We have hope, but we don't have a lot of fluent tribal members.
One of the important things when the school was authorized was that immersion and that saving that language. And so I feel bad that you have the struggles that you're having, because it's important, I believe, to make that work.
And I don't want to make it sound doom and gloom. There's a lot of progress that's been made. One of the things in the last 2 years that we've focused on is having a structured Shoshone language curriculum, a written curriculum that can be followed regardless of, I'll quickly go over this. The history of it is that when there's a Shoshone language teacher, when they leave, a lot of that curriculum is taken with them, or it wasn't written. And so for somebody else to then come in, step in and follow that curriculum was impossible. So somebody else would have to come in and rewrite their own curriculum. And so we've had, looking back at the history, there's been multiple transitions of that happening. So this last 2 years, we sat down and said, okay, we have to have a written curriculum in Shoshone, which means creating really, for example, we use McGraw-Hill Wonders for ELA. We have a very solid curriculum that's written and followed. There's not that for Shoshone. So we've had to set our scope and sequence looking at horizontal and vertical alignment. And then what do we want each of our grades to teach so that it builds on each other, and then writing that curriculum out. So now we have lesson plans. They might be basic for everyone, but from the start of the school year to the end, from kindergarten to 7th grade, that is aligned. And now our goal is to go in this year and be able to tweak those lesson plans. Does this match? So we're creating the scope and sequences. What we're trying to teach in kindergarten, robust enough, or is it too robust? Now let's adjust and tweak. And now if we have transition of staff and we have somebody come in, somebody leave and somebody new come in the Shoshone program, they're not having to then restart everything because it was only taught orally and there was no written lesson. So that was huge progress, and I'm hoping with that, there's also been debate about dialect and how it should be written. Because the Shoshone language is traditionally an oral language, so that dialect has been a continuous debate. So there's been times where it's written in one dialect and somebody else comes in and says, nope, that's not the dialect we're using this one, this is not the orthography we're using, this is the orthography we're using. And then they try to rewrite the whole Shoshone curriculum and we have to start over. So the goal is, no, this is what we're doing. For the first time since the school originated, we have an MOU with Language and Culture with the tribes. And so we work closely with the tribes to say, no, we're creating our Shoshone curriculum that hopefully not only can we continue to do and build upon, but we can give to the junior, senior high school for them to build on and the community if they want to as well. So I'm excited about that progress. It's been a large undertaking.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda, notice of fiscal concern with the Idaho STEM Academy, EBA Bingham Academy.
Yes. Chairman, I can provide a little bit of context for this matter, just so everyone's oriented around the same information. As you all know, under Policy 5, we have provided for a courtesy letter process to notify charters when we might be concerned with their financial position. And this is important, as indicated earlier in this meeting, because the commission and the charters are stewards of public funds. So if there's an indication that those funds are at risk, because the school is at risk, the commission has the authority to issue a notice of fiscal concern, in which instance the charter school's funding is distributed in equal percentages across the regularly scheduled distribution dates for the following fiscal year. There's no penalty of removal of funds for some or anything like that, but it's a more cautious distribution of those funds based on what we're seeing. With respect to the academy, Bingham Academy, a courtesy letter was provided on May 13th, and we followed up with a meeting with that charter, received information and reviewed and determined that it would be appropriate for the school to appear today to answer questions from the commission to determine whether or not a formal notice of fiscal concern would be implemented. By way of background, and I'll have Jared prepared to fill in any gaps that might exist, but we reviewed policy criteria attached to financial standards. We found that some of those standards were met. So there is a positive cash on hand. The school exceeded standards for days cash on hand metric in their 24 annual report, with 491 days reported. The previous year, they only had 61 days cash on hand. So we're seeing a positive trend year over year there. We also saw positivity and no new short or long-term debt acquired in the past year. However, there were a number of other factors that were concerning. We see a declining positive cash flow. So based on the audit history, cash reserves are declining. In fiscal year 2022, the cash reserve was over 300,000. In fiscal year 2023, it was 237,000. And in fiscal year 2024, it was almost $58,000. We see worsening debt service coverage ratio. So that is the financial metric that measures the school's ability to cover its debt obligations with its operating income. And a negative service coverage ratio indicates the cash flow is insufficient to cover its debt obligations, raising concerns about its financial viability. Here, their ability to service their debt has worsened. In 2023, they had a negative ratio of negative 0.6. In fiscal year 2024, it was a negative ratio of 2.57. And then we also had concerns about a decline in enrollment. Currently, they're in the mid-70s with daily average attendance at 58 students as of mid-fiscal year 25. As far as we understand it, in order to maintain financial solvency, the school needs an ADA exceeding 100 students. Based on these concerns, we invited Bingham to speak with you all today. Jared, did I miss anything?
But no, that's fairly comprehensive, yes.
Okay. Commissioners, that's some context for the concerns that gave rise to the invitation today. And I believe that we have someone in attendance from that charter to address our concerns and answer any questions you might have.
Okay, Jerry?
Chairman, Reed, Commissioners, they do not appear to be here at this time. Follow up the email to see, just to let them know that they're the presentation time is now.
There's somebody out in the hall. They're not.
That is done.
It's usually important to be in the room.
Yeah.
If you really want something done.
Gary, like, the Senate.
Jared, am I correct? My recollection is that we had notified them and they had asked about kind of the context for the meeting. So we had an exchange about kind of the intent related to today. Is that right?
Yeah, they're coming.
Right.
Okay.
Right there.
Hello, gentlemen.
Morning, Chairman Reed.
If you'd like to give us your name and your position and proceed with comments that you have.
Chad Harris, I'm the Chief Administrator, Bingham Academy.
Mike Renfell, Chairman of the Board, President.
I'm Steve Bailey, I'm the Business Manager.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
We got a short presentation, do we? How do we do? Okay.
Looks like you're getting it up. Good.
Perfect. Thank you. Chairman and Commissioners, we appreciate the opportunity to come here. Presentation that we have today, we introduce our school and who we are individually and talk about our fiscal status, current year and our projected next year, and then talk about the hurdles that we've identified and that we're working. Yeah, my name's Chad Harris. In a different life, I've been in education about 28 years. Different life, I was a public education policy analyst for the governor in Utah for a few years and worked with the School Boards Association, and I've taught grades 5 through 12 at one point or another. I've kind of found my niche as it were in high school. Really enjoy the age level and working with the students at those grades.
I'm Mike Renfell. My background, I work for Idaho Environmental Coalition at INL. I'm the chairman of the board, and I've been chairman of the board since school year starting 2023. I served on the board for 4 years, getting my feet wet. And now that they're soaked, I became chairman. I've worked at Idaho National Lab for the last 7 years when I was transferred up from Carlsbad, New Mexico, 6 years down there at the waste isolation pilot plant. Prior to that, my instructional background was with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, training federal agents on how to protect themselves and driver training.
So that's for 6 years after 9/11.
Wow. Yeah, interesting.
They don't let me help with driver's ed at school. So again, I'm Steve Bailey, business manager. I grew up on Mars Street in Idaho Falls. Haven't left Idaho Falls, so very proud of that. Got to stay with my family there. I am also the business manager for Blackfoot Charter School. Came from the banking background. I was with Washington Mutual Bank for 15 years before coming to schools. I'm excited to be here. Okay, who we are as a school, we started off in 2014, the only STEM school in the area. We work closely with CEI, and we average 2 or 3 students a year getting an associate's degree prior to their high school graduation. We work really hard with our seniors and with the juniors to take college credits and to take full advantage of the advanced opportunities funding that's made available. Our class sizes are less than 15 to 1. I think it's closer to 14. But like I said, with the dual credits, our senior class earned 299 dual credits. They were rocking it their last 2 years. Who we are as educators, we unequivocally focus on our students at Bingham Academy. We know who they are. We know the baggage that they carry. We work with them closely to help them realize that they themselves are not defined by what they're carrying, by their backgrounds, but by the decisions that they're currently making and the opportunities that they create for themselves in the future. Short video the student made for us. Is there any sound to this? Okay. All right. What it is it's a couple of testimonials from students and staff talking about the connections that they make at our school, the opportunities that are available. We push all we can for the STEM areas. We have several STEM diplomas that go out every year from our small school. This is part of Genius Hour that we've been doing. If you've heard of Genius Hour, it's a fantastic opportunity for our kids to identify a passion project. And that's what they tackle for the semester. Our first period of the day, they come in and they work this project of theirs, and it ranges from cars to building mini bikes to fly rods to biology and poetry. Kids kind of pushed back a little bit. First semester we did it, and it was different. They weren't really connecting with it. The second semester, they hit that ball out of the park. They came up with some fantastic projects and accomplishments. Our financial status. Yeah, we're here to talk numbers, I think.
I think
Our
so.
ratio, last year was a little under what we wanted it to be, but the reality is right now, from a cash standpoint, asset standpoint, we sit better than we did a year ago. Currently about $208,000 of liquid assets. My monthly expenses, so to speak, are about 112,000. So that ratio is right at about 2 to 1. Even if we extend that out from July, the ratio would still be about 1.4. So if you take July's debt into that, technically we don't have to, but we have contracts and that type of thing, as you know, that we have to pay if this. So
That has kind of changed. Obviously, that's a touch misleading because we're not in a great financial position and we know that. The debt service coverage is very similar. Bingham Academy has no debt. We have no loans. We have a line of credit that we do not use. We advance on it once a year and immediately pay it back. That keeps the bank happy. The only debt we have is our lease. So in this debt coverage service ratio, it's, like I said, it's a little bit skewed because you take your debt and add the lease, or sorry, your net income, add the lease payment to it, and you come back and take the lease payment off of that. So in this case, the debt service coverage ratio ends up being about 1.21. Okay, and again, the reason I say that's skewed is because we don't have any debt at least. That's it. So any net income we make is going to make that number over. Okay, so where do I see that going in the future? We've got some enrollment issues we need to address, and we're going to talk about that. But any questions about any of that? I mean, I know that was the original concern, but I think that what we're really looking at there is the past. I think we'd like to talk about the future.
Okay, so as right now, your income, your net income is what, and your total
So-
expenses are what?
We should have about a $22,000 net. So our lease payments are about $102,000 a year. So in that debt service ratio, you take your net income plus your lease payment and divide that by your lease payment or your debt. Okay, so anytime you're showing a net income, that's going to push that ratio over 1, which is the number you're looking at. In our case, we don't have this myriad of debt that we're trying to offset. We have all these loans and debt that we're trying to offset with net income. It's just one number. So anytime, if I make $1, I hit the ratio. So it's a little bit skewed in our case because again, we don't have any debt. Does that make sense?
Jared, we don't have one of their last spreadsheets. There wasn't one in the packet, and it was. They can look, you can go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I thought you got it all.
If you get something, Jared.
Yeah.
It'd be good, there you
Mr. Chairman.
get, yeah, please.
Are you, if you're 162,000, your fund balance, is that what you're calling?
This is projected.
No, so this is a projected budget. So as I prepare the budget this year, so my fund balance this year, to answer the question, would be about 22,000. We have expended all of my fund balance to survive. So
Now, say that, I'm sorry, say that again, I
we
can't.
have expended our fund balance this year, all except I should show a profit of about 22,000. So we had an enrollment of 56 students. Okay. So in order to keep the school open, we extended or expended the fund balance. Okay. So going forward, this 162, if we open the doors next year and 107 students show up and 90% of those kids show up, that puts us at 100 students ADA a day. It generates about $1.3 million of revenues. After our expenses, they're currently set, and we've cut one teaching position. We should show a surplus or profit next year of 162,000. That's what that requires.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you do not receive the 50% in August, what does that do to you as you're currently structured?
We're not currently structured that way. We're still getting 25% 4 times a year.
That's what you're getting.
Yeah, this school's been running that way since I got here in 2020. So we are positioned, to do that. We're used to that. Again, I don't have much front loaded debt. I don't have, other than startup costs every year, which are pretty limited.
So you can meet Pale.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you get 100, and you said 100 students,
So
100, how many?
Roughly 107. So
And how many do you have now?
In the year, about 68, 70.
Okay, thank you. Please.
So talk to us about enrollment.
Slide on that. We can come back to this. This is what historical enrollment has been. The narrative of the decline in it, as you see, there was a change in leadership. That's where I came in. We've lost over the years, we've lost a number of students because we didn't offer virtual classes, online courses. From COVID on, we've generated a lot of students who don't like coming to school anymore. And so they want to be able to take these classes online. We were not prepared to do that up until this coming year. We had a staffing concern, which drove a few students away. We had to deal with for 2 years before I was able to resolve that completely. We lost 14 foreign exchange students in 2024. That is extremely significant for us because of how small we are. There just weren't families to host them. And that was something that the school's been riding on since its inception. As all these exchange students. This year, we lost 11 students to foster care, legal woes, and a couple to incorrigibility. So these are the hurdles that we've had to face. This is what we're going to do for our solutions. We're going to continue to protect our environment. Students that come and are not willing to maintain positive influence on the atmosphere will be removed. We partner with Gradient Learning. We now offer virtual courses, something we've not been able to do in the past. Our curriculum will be online and made available to them, and we've already gained a couple of students because of that. And it should be stated that we've called every student, every family in our school this last week, and every one of them is coming back but 2. One of them was really upset with me because I busted her for vaping. We hired a marketing firm. We tried to deal with, since the school's inception, our own marketing. And most of the time it was word of mouth that carried us. We've tried, when it was figured out that wasn't working for us anymore, we went to mailers. Those didn't work. And so we ultimately hired a marketing firm. That's what's identifying for us some smart targets. We're looking to add 65 students by August 5th. And we're going to do this through our newly optimized website, through open houses that we're going to have, partnering with INL and our own teachers. We have testimonials and rotation of ads that's going to go through Google, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We're tracking over 100,000 media impressions to make this goal. We'll be following up weekly to see where we stand and what changes need to be adapted and able to attain that goal. We joined the Chamber of Commerce. We have city engagements throughout the summer we're going to be involved with. We're in a couple of the community newsletters. We've created local partnerships with the businesses in the community. And we're going to continually market our Genius Hour. It's really pulled some heads around. So where does this put us? The best case scenario versus the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is we have to shut down. The best case scenario is that we're going to have the most successful enrollment year we've ever had because of all the marketing and extra effort we're putting in this summer to attain it. You have any questions?
So let me just. I mean, the question before us is if we want to issue a notice of fiscal, what's it called? Concern. You know, I mean, that's our only question. So I think regardless of, you know, you get more students or whatever you do, which we hope you do, but our only question in front of us today is if we want to issue notice of fiscal concern. Not if they're gonna make it or anything else. So I'm just trying to maybe move our conversation in the correct direction. If that's what we feel that we want to do, then that's what we do. I mean, they've been on it for years anyway, so.
So Chairman Reed. I would make a motion if you're ready for a motion.
Please.
A motion to issue a notification of fiscal concern for Idaho STEM Academy doing business as Bingham Academy for fiscal year 2026.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Chairman Reed, if I may.
Well, we can't doing.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for issuing notice of fiscal concern. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any? Wanda?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. One thing that we skipped over was our lease and our continuing common area of maintenance that we pay to the Woodbury Corporation for our building. We're right now currently in negotiations with them to reduce that and between 18 and 25%. Well, that's going to be a significant cost savings.
Yeah, I mean, we hope it all comes together. I mean, and I didn't mean to shortcut your presentation, but it was kind of not in line with our real question of what we needed to answer here today. So good luck to you. We appreciate all you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Director White, when do you need to leave?
I have time right now, so I scheduled my flight. I will probably need to leave when we get to the alternative academic framework portion of the presentation. So I have about another 30-40 minutes before well, probably closer to 20 to 30 minutes, but I should be able to get through my items in that time.
Okay. All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you all. You know, I reserved some time for a director's report to give you some context for what we've been working on in the interim. But most of my discussion points will be around our operating budget and then the search for the new director. I've been really grateful for the hard work of our team. They've been very responsive to my questions, and very grateful for what they've been able to do to help me better understand kind of the history of practices and have pivoted quickly to kind of new expectations I've been putting in place around both documentation and kind of the analysis process. So we're demonstrating the objectivity that I know that they and I am bringing to these to this approach. So I wanted to laud our team while I had an opportunity to do so. I will give some context for our operating budget. Let me pull up some material that I'll want to walk through with you all. I'm going to share my screen. So I've been working with the team, the financial team in Osby has been assisting in the Charter Commission with the budgeting process in light of the absence of a permanent director at this time. And based on their analysis, the financial outlook of the Charter School Authorizers Fund reflects a strong and stable position, strengthened by a healthy fund balance and ongoing fee revenue. The Charter Commission has legislative spending authority under House Bill 250 for fiscal year 2026 of $542,500. And you'll see that reflected in column G, line 12 or line 7 as indicated in column A. If within a current fund balance of $1,079,222. If authorizer fees remain consistent at current levels, the commission anticipates an additional $484,575 in revenue for fiscal year 2026, resulting in total available resources of $1.5 million plus. So it's $1,563,797 for the fiscal year. You'll note that exceeds our legislative spending authority. And I've been quite sensitive to the idea that, again, as stewards of state funds, and we're entering a year where there will be flat budget requests, that we need to be conscious of not keeping too much money on hand. And we have sufficient funds that well exceed our spending authority at this time. Based on this, I would not recommend increasing authorizer fees. And so you'll see that the proposed budget does not envision an increase in authorizers fees for this next year. Projected expenditures are broken down. We have authorization through House Bill 464 for $300,000 for our one-time investment in capacity building program. We have staff salary dollars set aside of $414,900 for staff compensation, including fiscal year 2026 CEC projections. Operations, we have $127,600 for general operating expenses. So accounting for those expenses, the Charter School Authorizers Fund will retain a balance of $721,297. So that remaining balance would still put the Charter Commission in a good financial position for future needs, as well as opportunities without requiring additional funding in the immediate term. So I will note that you'll see in the operating budget before you an increase in health benefits from $1,130 per person to $14,130 per person. We received an update from DFM and Department of Administration explaining kind of the change in those expenses. The justifications provided include, of course, rising nationwide healthcare costs, medical claims in Idaho seeing a substantial and sharp increase over the past 5 years, and a high utilization rate. We also see increased usage of Ozempic and other GLP-1 medications, which have increased. There's been a 3 times increase in the past 2 years, which has added an additional $15.5 million to that Idaho has spent in covering the cost of those medications. And then annual funding versus the actual plan costs, which we're hearing from the state is actually the plan funding is lower than the actual costs. So those are the justifications underlying the increase in benefits compensation that I wanted you all to have context for when looking at this anticipated budget. So this is what we are proposing, and I would ask that the commission approve the annual budget for fiscal year 2026 as presented by myself and discussed during this meeting, and I'll stand for any questions that you might have related to this.
Questions? Please, Commissioner Fuller.
Thank you, Chairman. Jennifer, just very quickly, you mentioned the capacity builders. I'm not sure I thoroughly understood. Isn't that being carried by the State Department of Ed?
I believe that that's where that money sits, but we are accounting for it to the extent that it has been authorized to the commission. So as I understand it, that has been accounted for in kind of our responsibility. So based on my conversations with our finance team. I think the money, they have the money, but we have to account for the money that comes to us.
So it's not, so it isn't a line item on our budget.
I believe, let me pull up you're right. It's not, the capital outlay portion is not part of our, accounted for in our budget.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
And so are we getting the same amount this year for the capacity building program as we received last year? And do we know the number of schools that may be involved or not involved this year?
Director White?
That I don't know, and I can find out. I don't know if my staff knows.
Anybody?
Jen or Jared?
No, we have no positive shaking heads.
Okay. I will certainly look into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Motion, question?
That's a question, and I apologize, Jennifer, I've got tanker's ears, I've been deaf for a long time, a lot of explosions. So we're carrying over 700,000 in our reserve, correct?
Yes, let me stop sharing and pull up. Yes, so based on the calculations of our team, we'll retain a balance of over $700,000 after accounting for our obligations.
And then again, I'm gonna ask a theoretical question. Will that make that a target for JFAC?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Will that make that a target for JFAC?
Any additional amount of money that we carry year to year will be a target. I think under, as we head into legislative session, we need to discuss what type of spending authority we will require and what we need to do with respect to those funds, especially headed into this fiscal year, where we're being told maintenance budgets and potential cuts. So, which again is why I'm not proposing an increase in authorizer fees.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
We'll be looking at an executive director position to fill. And how is that salary being impacted by this budget recommendation?
So based on the research that I've done about comparable salaries, or that my team has assisted with in comparable salaries, if we look at other states in our immediate vicinity, we do see slightly higher rates in Utah, but they historically have a different funding kind of structure for education in general. We are roughly around the same ballpark of what we're seeing in Utah and Nevada, though lower. Based on our present budget, we do have it's within the pay range. Let me pull up the pay range. It's in pay range P, which would put us at roughly $125,000 a year at the maximum. And based on the conversations that we've had to date, we believe that we can hire at that rate, that the amount of compensation has not been the issue, clearly related to the retention in these positions. And maintaining that rate will put us in a position to hire another program manager, given the responsibilities of our existing employees and the increases that we expect to see continued in the charter space and in the virtual charter space. We believe another program manager will be an important hire that the future director should be in a position to make as well. So after my discussions with HR and kind of stakeholders in this space, the idea was that we would maintain the current salary band and see what that does for purposes of recruitment. And if we need to make some flexibility, or if we're forced into that position, I think we would need to revisit it. But for the time being, we would recommend maintaining the $125,000 salary range, which was an increase over a slight increase over Corey Mearness's pay and a slight increase over Jacob Smith's pay.
Yes, please.
Director White, I just want to make sure that I understood you correctly, that we do have the funds and the spending authority to hire a new director and an additional program manager.
Yes, ma'am. Those FTPs have been accounted for, and we have the bandwidth to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on the budget itself? Yes.
Chairman, motion to approve the FY 2026 operating budget as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one other question to ask, if I may.
Okay.
And that is, I understand that the budget wasn't a consideration in people leaving, but is our current range competitive for both program manager and executive director?
We believe that we will, yes, we believe that both of those are competitive, especially given the responsibility that this individual will hold and the number of a number of positions that this individual will need to supervise. So we believe that that's consistent with looking across the system, that is consistent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes, we have a motion to approve the budget. Motion is second. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director White, for your work on that budget. Okay.
One more.
Opening search.
Please, let's do it. So I have the historic job description for the commission director that has been pulled by HR and used previously. I have reviewed that and I can share that on the screen now. But it covers the full scope of activities that are usually assigned to this position. And I believe it accurately describes what our expectations are. With respect to minimum qualifications, we will need to do some adjustment there to clarify the justification for requiring an undergraduate degree based on legislation that was passed, I believe, 2 years ago now. So I would be in a position to work with HR to make the appropriate adjustments there. We have some preferred qualifications, which would include a graduate degree. But wanted to share some preliminary information about this. I don't know if you received a copy of that proposed job description or not.
No, we haven't.
Okay, I apologize for that. So let me share my screen so we have an opportunity to discuss it more fully and make sure that I've accounted for the qualities or qualifications that you're interested in. So let me make this a little bigger for everybody, including me. So the focus under key responsibilities, implementing tools and mechanisms to ensure that our portfolio schools meet performance measures. Again, and I believe I mentioned this earlier, our team has done a very nice job of kind of managing the system in the absence of a consistent leadership at a director level. And they've been very responsive to some of the changes that I've been putting into place. And I would hope that whoever takes this position next will continue in developing those processes and procedures to ensure kind of the objective analysis and implementation of the responsibilities of the commission. Collaboration, of course, with education stakeholders and legislators, I believe continues to be an important piece of this as well. Establishing support networks for charter school leadership, faculty, and classified staff. I think we've seen today how important that is to ensure that charter school leadership have a community of resources as they confront the problems that they face with some regularity and unique in periods of uniqueness as well. There's also an indication that we are prioritizing the promotion of innovation by ensuring that our charters and our staff have access to benchmarks from other states and resources for such things. Ensuring that they're in a position to analyze and investigate reports of portfolio schools and advising the commission on matters related to oversight and implementing, of course, your direction and coordinating legislative efforts. Then there's some more specificity provided under some of these core qualities, including the oversight, which reading through these items appears consistent with both the statutory requirements and our policy objectives. So touching on the liaison role, evaluation of petitions, compliance and performance oversight, processes and policies, investigations, and national trends. Next, we call out the importance of the relationships piece. Again, conducting the business related to charter schools in compliance with the law, providing proper direction to staff, providing advice and information to you all, participating in discussion and development of policies, and in fostering continued improvement. Under administrative functions, supervising the staff, preparing budgets, and maintaining records. With respect to public relations, representing them, the commission in front of the legislature, responding to media inquiries and public records requests. With respect to minimum qualifications, we have indicated an undergraduate degree. If memory serves me, legislation was passed where if this is going to be a requirement, it needs to be tied to an explicit justification for that. And so I'll need to work with the AG's office to ensure that we have adequately complied with that requirement. That will require a minimal adjustment. Given where we are, I don't think that will pose an impediment to us at all. Expecting excellent written and verbal communication skills, demonstrated leadership, ability to travel to the extent necessary, and strong working knowledge of law. And then preferred qualifications, we've added graduate degree, understanding of Idaho's legislative process, extensive historical knowledge of the charter school and its public policy history, and strong knowledge of state education. And then we've indicated a handful of essential skills. Research, working relationships, unbiased decision-making, and ability to essentially adapt and apply new information. We'll be asking for a letter of interest and a resume and professional references. And then, of course, the standard benefits and federal law notifications. Are there any qualities or responsibilities that we don't that you believe have not been adequately addressed here, or that you want us to adjust prior to posting?
Commissioners, please, Commissioner Hendrick.
Jennifer, is there a deadline for submission, or are we leaving it open until we get a certain number of applications?
I am open to discussion on that. I think it's imperative that we find the right fit. But we have a few options. We can set a deadline to demonstrate the urgency of this decision. If we're not happy with the submissions, then we can fail the search and start again. Or we can leave this open-ended and give ourselves some flexibility attached to this, or maybe not open-ended, but set a much farther out deadline for submission. I'm interested in, you know, for the team's sake and the commission's sake, getting a permanent placement in there as soon as possible, and especially giving them enough runway before legislative session to become acquainted with the processes. But I'm open to your guidance and preferences on that.
Any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I like the idea of a deadline. If we leave it open, I mean, who knows?
Nobody's
And there's
in a hurry.
always a chance somebody better shows up 3 months later. I want a deadline, is what I'd like to see.
I agree. How much time do we want to leave it open? Through the end of the month, through the end of July?
My thought would be at the end of July. It needs to be able to get public, get it out.
Yep.
I don't want to rush it. But also at the end of July gets them then August to get ready for budget submissions to the legislature and everything else. I think would serve us well. So that's my thought.
So maybe we leave it open for a month. That would give us 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks to go through a narrowing and interview process with the objective of start date beginning of August.
Makes sense to me.
Okay.
Okay.
So we talked about the end of July, but you said 2 weeks. So I've got a shortcut.
Well, I think what Jennifer's saying, I agree with it. It's open for a month, and then that last 2 weeks of July, we would be doing the interview process.
Okay.
And then saying start date of 1 August.
Okay. I had the 2 weeks mixed up in my mind.
I apologize, Chairman. I was looking at a calendar and jumping around based on what I was looking at. So, I will work, Chairman, I will work with HR to determine the appropriate, like, specific date. But assuming we're able to get this posted either tomorrow or Monday, that means that we would be looking at either, I think, if I'm doing the math correctly, that would be the 11th or the 14th. By which the applications would be due, and then that would give us roughly almost 3 weeks, but roughly 2.5 weeks to do interviews and make an offer.
Yeah, that sounds okay with everybody. Then HR kind of has their own little calendar, so it may adjust a day or two in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Quinn?
I see that the salary is not listed on the document we were looking at. And I'm curious as to how different it will look from the last posting salary we had.
I am not aware of the band that had been used previously. I'm aware now of the band that the salary falls into, which is this P band according to HR, based on kind of their review of the history.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I remember we offered 55 an hour. It was 115,000 a year was what we had as our last.
Right.
Yeah, 125, that's basically $60 an hour.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That seems reasonable with
I would think so.
non-staff. Yeah.
Thank you. And will that be posted on the application?
Yes, we'll put the pay grade in there as part of that process. Since I hadn't received authorization yet and hadn't been able to speak with you about the intent, we didn't want to fill that in to make this a permanent document.
Thank you.
No, it's up to you, you can just give direction.
Okay.
Or no, there's the executive director.
Okay.
That was my question.
Yeah, and we don't.
So I didn't say that loud enough.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So if you want to have some type of motion, you can, or you can just have a motion to delegate to the executive director, or you can just give her direction and not have a motion. Those are your options.
Does the commission desire any, can we just tell her to go ahead?
Well, it depends on how much we want Jennifer to sell.
Well, I guess that depends what your motion is.
My motion would be if the interim director and however the JAG, it's her exact wording, I'm not sure is, would head up this and move forward on it. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Second that.
Anything else?
I'd say delegate authority.
Delegate authority to the interim director. Move
Okay.
forward.
Yeah.
Second, okay. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
I,
Okay. Thanks so much.
thank you, Jennifer.
Absolutely. I will move forward immediately with getting this in the works. And I think that is it. I think we move on now to and look at that, we're like roughly on time, the alternative academic framework item. I'm going to hop off now. I need to get to the airport. So I appreciate you all, and my apologies for needing to leave early, but I leave you in my very capable staff's hands. So
Okay, thanks for your time today.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Is everybody okay? Do we need a break?
I'm good.
Appreciate letting me run out for a minute. Alternative academic framework. Hello, Jody.
Hi there, how are you?
Good, how are you? Thanks for all your help with this.
Absolutely, thank you for the opportunity.
We'll just let you go ahead.
Okay, let me pull up my presentation deck. All right, are you seeing the actual big deck and not the notes pages? Are you seeing the slideshow?
No, we're not seeing it on the screen.
Oh, hang on. Maybe, oh, I guess I need to share first. All right, sorry about that. Okay, from beginning. Okay, are you seeing it now?
Yep.
Yes.
Do you see the notes page or just the full screen?
Both.
The full screen?
No, we see both.
Oh, okay, hang on, let me switch that then. There we go. Is that better? Okay.
There you go.
Awesome. So thank you again for the opportunity to do this work. It's been a process, but it's been very fruitful, and I think you all should be happy with the amount of feedback and work that we've put into it. So I'm really excited to present what I hope is the final draft to you today. I'll go over a few of the things that the staff and I have done since we last met, and show the revisions that have been made to either the framework itself or the support documentation, and then open up questions to discuss the framework, either asking questions of me or discussing amongst yourselves, and answer any questions that you might have. Since we last spoke, all the alternative school leaders received the draft framework along with all the supporting documentation. So that is guidance on how to select the correct option for their school, and the business rules, which includes like who's included in the metric and who should be left out, what counts as a success in the metric and what doesn't, etc. We gave them 3 weeks to provide feedback. Oh, we also gave them all the templates that they would use to provide the data, and that IPCSC staff would use to calculate their outcomes for their annual reports. So they received all of that to look at. 4 school leaders did get back to us with questions and or comments, and those 4 leaders represented 7 schools. So not quite all 10 of your approved alternative schools, but a majority of them. Then the staff and myself worked with the schools. We held meetings at times with the schools and with other entities that we needed to ask questions about. So, for example, Elevate wanted some clarity around the specific things that would count as, and I'll show you that later, successes for their students under the CTE category. And so we actually met with the head of the CTE department and he told us like what exists as far as like what's already state approved and gave us suggestions for ways to go. So that's one example of the work that we did. Others were emailing questions or calling the data departments to find out what data fields are available to be requested by the IPCSC staff for when they're calculating some of these metrics. So based on all that feedback and information gathering, the team and I worked to update all the necessary documentation, the goal language in the actual framework, the targets. Some of the targets were augmented, and then we had to make the necessary tweaks to the business rules and the templates to go along with those. And then last week, when you all received your packets, the staff also sent out all the updated materials to the alternative ed leaders and let them know that today was the day that this framework would be on the agenda as an action item. So I'm sorry, these are really wordy. I'll try to summarize them. I'm not going to read them to you. So for math and ELA, achievement and growth, under option 2, one of the school leaders suggested that only students who were enrolled for the entire year be included. And we discussed that together with the prior ED and the staff, and we decided that that would probably end us in a not unsimilar place that we are now, where if it's only the students who are there for a full year, it would probably be a pretty small proportion of the overall students that get served by some of the AEC, by some of the alternative schools. So we compromised and made it that students would count under this metric as long as they were enrolled for 2 consecutive test windows. So this is the metric that they're going to be able to use their own assessment, whether it's NWEA or STAR. And they usually administer either 2 or 3 times a year. So as long as they're enrolled during both 2 of those administrations, then we'll capture the data from those 2 administrations. And that's also in response to the commission's desire to, knowing that there's mobility among these students, wanting to see that there's progress happening, even if they're not there for the full year. And I'm happy to stop and answer questions now if you like, or I can just go through and you can ask at the end. So if there is a question, please let me know. Any questions on that?
Well, we'll speak up if we have some as you go.
Okay, thank you. That makes it easier because right now you're a little tiny screen for me, for all of you. The other slight revision to the actual goal language is under the progress towards graduation option. The former or the original language said the percentage of students who are enrolled for at least 90% of one term who earned at least 80% of the credits that they attempted. We got a recommendation or a request to make that 75% of the credits that they attempted, and we thought that was reasonable, and so we went ahead and made that change. The final goal language actual change is what I was referring to earlier, working with Elevate and the state CTE division on what would constitute credentials, or whether it was like a number of courses completed, because with each CTE, you know, some might be like a 3-year track, some might be a 2-year. So there's all kinds of variation in some of those things. And so we worked with the CTE department to stipulate a state CTE diploma, because there are several already approved. And then they have what they call, excuse me, skill stack badges, which kind of speaks to what I was just talking about. So with each course they complete or exam they pass, you know, if there's multiples in one particular pathway, they get a badge rather than a diploma or a completion certificate. And so there are approved bundles of these stack badges, and they're also able to customize. So say Elevate wanted to make a different stack badge, they could work, skill stack badge rather, they could work with the CTE department to develop that, and then the department would approve it for them. So it would still be approved by the CTE department, and they would work in conjunction. And then we left a couple of generic ones just for future, so that you don't have to go back to the drawing board on this if you get a new school that comes up. And so we left in industry recognized credential and demonstrated workforce readiness. And of course, still there are the enlisted in the military, high set, GED, etc., that were there before.
Thank you. I think this is great.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so we did get some schools provide us data to make recommendations for revising the targets on some of the measures and metrics. So these, the one on the screen now, is specifically for math and ELA option 1. So that's the completing math or ELA courses in a specific year that are part of the graduation requirements. So this is the default metric under math and EL separately. And I just want to say, make it really clear that math and ELA are 2 separate metrics. But the wording for all the goals and the business rules are all the same, except for it's based on a math test or based on an ELA test, or course completion rather. The prior targets, you can see here for the exceeds, meets, approaching, and does not meet categories. And then there's the revised absolute targets there. So we moved for exceeds from 80 to 100% to 75 to 100%, and then did slight shifts downward. In addition, we made it possible for schools that may have been in a lower category, so say they were somewhere between the 45 and 59%, but that was a 7.5 percentage point increase or larger over their last year, then they could get a meets for that. So there's recognition of growth in the percent of students to be successful. The one caveat that I want to point out is to move from does not meet to approaching, the minimum percent that they could get is 30. So we didn't want to be able them to say, oh, we were at 0 and now we're at 5%, and so we can be in approaching. So if they're between 30% and 44%, and that's a 5 percentage point or better improvement over the prior year, then they can be in approaching. And I have a little example of what that means, but I kind of just said it. So happy to extrapolate more if needed. So it kind of gives them a nod for making improvement, as well as absolute achievement percentiles. Similarly, we did the same thing, but just for the approaching target. The original had an and in the language, so if they were 0 to 44% on their 4 and 5 year senior graduation rate and made improvement of 5 to 10 percentage points, they could have bumped up from not meeting to approaching. This actually ran into some logistics issues. And so, excuse me, we made that an or clause instead of an and clause. And similarly to what we did with the math and ELA metric, they can only move from not meeting to approaching if their overall percentage rate was 30 to 44%. And that was an improvement of 5 percentage points or more over the prior year. So it was just to those bottom two that we tweaked the post-secondary readiness option. This is very in the weeds, and I'm not going to read all this to you. I will summarize it. One school was very, very good and very, very detail oriented. We so appreciated this school because they are very data driven, and so they were able to point these out for us because they already look really closely at their data. There is a statewide field when schools add in their course completion data. That's called a PH schools field. Basically what that is either a private school student or a homeschool student is taking an online course, but they need to have a school of record that is a public school. And so one of these schools is the school of record for several homeschool students. And so they asked, how should these students be counted? And so we discussed and decided that they would not count under the math and ELA graduation option 1, but they would count under the progress towards graduation, where that's based on completing the number of credits that they attempted. Because we didn't want to see a whole bunch of students that were in homeschool, attempting a course, but then never completing it from the school. So we thought that was a reasonable sort of meet in the middle approach. And then for special education, for students who need modified course completion based on their IEP, I don't understand this, but it is what it is. There is a single course code of 73077 with no identification of if that's a science class or a humanities class or an ELA class. So the staff worked with the State Department's data team, and they identified 2 fields that the school would have to fill in those cases to first identify whether it's math, ELA, science, or humanities, or something different. And then under the course notes, they could add like more specificity. Like, so if they say it's a math course, they could say Algebra 1, for example, but it's not mandatory. But what the department said is as long as it's identified as math or ELA, they will see that. And so when IPCSC staff requests data to do these data calculations, they will include that in the students, the school's data record. So very in the weeds, and I'm sorry for that, but it just, those were really important things to figure out, because those, had we not figured them out till next year, would have been a headache. So it was really great that we were able to hammer those out before this gets implemented. The remainder of my slides just have what you have in your packet as far as the actual framework language and goal language. If you want, I can go through them, or I can just stop now and allow you to add questions. I don't want to re-show you something you've already prepared for. And, we've kind of gone through this a couple of times now. So up to you how you would like me to handle the rest.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Hedrick, please.
Jody, you've given us options, at least two options in each category in 4 and 1. Are you recommending one option over another? Is that option 1? Is that what you see as the best option? Because I see that option 2 in most cases has a lower degree of attainment, percentages are lower.
Good question.
So option 1 in each case is what we're calling the default, because it's based on data that your staff can get from the state. And so all the other options, 2, 3, and 4s, when it's the case, require the schools to provide the data. And so if a school is happy with the state data, they don't have to do anything else, right? So we wanted to reduce burden, but increase transparency, right? And so if a school is happy with, and it aligns with their mission, any or all of the option 1s in each of the 4 categories, then the state is your staff are able to go do a data request and ask the state's data department to provide that data, for which they'll then use the template to compute. Hopefully, I think that may have answered it, but I'll ask you.
Okay. Thank you.
And in most cases, those have been augmented for multiple ways to succeed. So for example, what wasn't happening in the past for math, like it used to have a specific number, like full stop, that students would have to have math courses that they needed to complete in the year. But sometimes a 12th grader had already done all of them. And so that was counting against the school in the past. So we've made it so that a student is a success if they complete the number mentioned, if they complete the number they needed. So we say you need 1.5 math credits this year, and that student only needs 1, and they did the 1, so they're a success. Or they've completed all 6, or I might be miscounting that, like 1's 6 and 1's 9. They might have already done all 6. And so in each of those cases, those students would be a success. And that's why those targets are higher, because there are multiple ways for those students to be successful.
Okay. Commissioner Quinn?
Just for clarification, Jody, so the options are up to the schools, not for the commission to be identifying it, but it will be determined by the schools which options their students will use based on the student.
Yes, and the commission will be working with schools to help them make that decision if the school is struggling with that. But yes, it's ultimately the school's choice, and if they make no choice, then it'll be option 1 in each of the categories.
Okay. Another question,
Mm-hmm.
Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Are there a total of 10 schools that this framework will apply to?
Yes.
And that you got comments from up to 7 of those schools in formulating this, or did you hear from all 10 schools?
Over the course of this entire process, we've talked to all but 1 school leader. In this last iteration, we got comments on these documents from 7 schools.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Just a commendation to both Commissioner Quinn and Jody. This is really significant improvement, and I hope that this is a model that alternative schools can use everywhere. This is really, you guys make it look easy, but this is not easy.
Thank you. Yeah, kudos to you all for doing this work. It's very important.
Yeah. Questions? Comments?
I'll make a comment if there are no questions.
Yeah, please.
Oh,
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Quinn then. Back to Commissioner Quinn.
yeah, I just really wanted to thank Jody and Jared and Jen and Joy and even our chair, because everyone found the funding and was able to do the work, and it was very well done, and I appreciate everyone taking on this extra task to provide us this guidance that we've really needed. So thank you so much.
Okay, Commissioner Kohler.
And I suppose I should have caught this much earlier, so thank you, Chairman. So Jody, then the recommendation or the understanding is each school can select which option they want.
Correct. And the guidance walks them through how to do that. Because really, you want schools selecting options that match their missions, their programs, and their students' needs, which is why the IPSCSC staff is going to work with them. So, you know, the most variation, or the most options, I should say, is in the graduation requirements, because we found that that's where the most differentiation between schools occurred. So Elevate, being a CTE school, if they don't pick the CTE metric because they feel like they do better on something else, then that's a flag. I don't think that will not be the case. I know for a fact Monica wants that CTE. And that's why we worked with them to make sure that that was right. So the CTE, the guidance document provides, you know, instruction to an extent on how to do that. And then the staff will work with schools as well to make sure that each school understands the difference between each of the metrics and is able to select the one that works best based on their programming and student needs.
Yeah, please.
And actually, no, follow on. Let me, if I could make a request then, because I admire the work that's been done. I would be curious to know if schools move back and forth. In other words, this year we decide we like option one, but next year we decide we like option two. And and again, not saying right or wrong, but I would be very curious if the option selected is changing.
So we have put in the guidance that they have this summer to make their selection, and that once they make a selection, that will be the measure through the end of their certificate term, unless something like super out of the ordinary happens, and then they'll have to get executive director approval to make a change.
No, you answered my question, my concern right there.
This connects to their performance.
Well, as long as it's within that authorization window, it doesn't switch back.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen schools do that, and it's very problematic, and I appreciate the question, because that would be concerning.
Questions, thoughts, Commissioner?
Chairman, I move we approve the adoption of the alternative academic framework as presented to be used in addition to the Idaho Public Charter School Commission Performance Framework adopted on June 27, 2024 for all Idaho Public Charter School Commission schools classified as alternative, effective July 1st of this year.
Thank you. For a second.
I will second that.
Okay, other discussion? This is a great thing that you're doing. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I mean, this is really significant in the alternative school sector. So thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ernst, for
Thank
There's a
you
lot
for
of
the
work.
opportunity
Yeah.
and big kudos to Jen and Jared and all the staff. Like they worked really hard on this too. So kudos to them and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Commissioner Quinn, good driving force in this. Thank you.
You had the money. That's what made the difference. Jody knows that. You could pick up the phone and we could get it done. So thank you.
Well, I didn't have the money.
Found the money. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay. Rachel.
Great. We have some team arriving at noon.
You want to go ahead?
Well, they
Or
don't,
you
their
want-
team here.
Oh, your team's arriving at noon. I'm sorry.
So we could start earlier.
What's the commission's desire? Can you start without your?
No.
Would rather wait. Okay, we'll wait for a minute then. So they'll be here at what time?
Noon is what I'm expecting them.
Okay, so we got 10 minutes. Okay,
They'll be here at noon, but they're not scheduled until.
well, 12:45. Okay. Let's let Commissioner Homer sit down and. Okay, Rachel, thanks for being here.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Burke, Parent Engagement and School Choice Coordinator with the Idaho Department of Education. I've had the privilege of presenting to you guys since October on our increased charter support program. And this is our final presentation for our year one. I'm excited and honored to be here. Thank you for having me. Our agenda today is I'm going to introduce our speakers. I'm going to give us an overview of year two and just kind of give you a recap of just statistics of spending and that sort of thing. We will hear from Blackfoot Charter, Mountain Community Charter, Peace Valley Charter, and the Rolling Hills Charter. And then we will hear from our experts, Dr. Gervasi and Dr. Flashbar, on their overview and their assessments of the program and the recommendations for two. And then we will have a chance for questions at the end. I'm going to also be a timer for our presenters, so you may see me tapping them on the shoulder, telling them that, hey, wrap it up. We're going to try to allow minutes so that we can go. Okay. So just a reminder, our program was intended to build school and board members' leadership capacity to implement high impact changes in a short amount of time, leading to improved student academic outcomes. The students are ultimately why we're all here. We were working on behind the scenes capacity building to get there. With such an abbreviated time frame, the program focused on meeting each school's unique content-specific charter renewal conditions by leveraging and harnessing existing resources, expertise, cohort schools, programs, training, and mentoring. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We tried to utilize what was already in place as best as we could. I showed you this one throughout the year, and I finally got to put the arrow on the last one, so I just wanted to throw that in here. Here we are. We met all of our goals from the beginning to now, and yeah. The finalized spending, every qualified expense was approved. So this is how it just balanced out as the year progressed. Read that to you. Can you guys see it okay?
Yeah, would you mind reading out the colors on to see?
So with Blackfoot Charter, they received 46,410.61 cents. With Rolling Hills, $5,000. With Mountain Community, 32,339.89 cents. And then Peace Valley ended with 127,173.55 cents. We have, Dr. Rossi has conducted surveys, just to give you an idea of what we've been doing this past month or so. The school leaders involved with the programs have been surveyed. The school boards for each of the participating schools have been surveyed. The HIT members, and those are those high impact teams, mentors and volunteers that were brought in. And then the consultants that were hired to help with our capacity building were also surveyed. Year one participants who are joining us for year two are Blackfoot Charter, Mountain Community, Peace Valley. We're going to call them cohort one. They will be joining us for the year two. I put possibly in a couple places on this one because this is still very much in the works. Schools that are possibly or are joining us for year two as a cohort two. Monticello Montessori, they are confirmed, they have board approval to participate. North Valley is, I believe, in the works of getting board approval. And then Hayden Canyon Charter, they're in a director shift right now. And so I've been communicating with their new director, and once he gets established, I think he's going to be the one to determine whether or not they participate. We had one school say thank you, but no thank you. So they did not want to participate. And then I'm probably going to extend this to district authorized charters as well. So you're going to see for our next year, a mixture of charter schools involved in the program. We are in the contracting process for our year two increased charter support mentor position, our contractor. And you are about to see progress reports from the participating schools. You're going to see outcomes of each of their school short cycle improvement goals, outcomes of building leadership capacity in administrator and board. You're going to see evidence of increasing student success, and you're going to see their plans for the 25-26 year as a participant in this program. Commissioners, you're going to see a lot of data. Some of it is great data, some of it is good data, and some of it is not great yet data. Behind every presenter, you will, however, see a committed charter administrator that is dedicated to this journey that will lead to student success. With that, I will hand it over to Craig Gerard. Oh, if you guys have any questions, sorry.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
We just heard the interim director speak of 300,000 request for next year. How is that going to be broken down? Broadly speaking, is it going to be a set amount per school, or is it going to be based on consultant recommendations of where the work needs to be?
So we start.
Is it enough, or is it too much?
Well, that's a great question. Well, we're going to set 54 to 60 aside for our mentor position, the contractor who will be facilitating the program. And with the rest, it will come based on the individual school needs assessments. So we really don't know what type of expenses we're going to have yet, but we are going to be very particular that they are associated with wherever the money goes is associated with each school's short-term improvement plan and determined by the needs assessment that the program administrator or program mentor assesses with each school. Yeah.
Then all funds for this fiscal year for the program will be at zero at the end of the fiscal year.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Guys, it's been an honor.
Welcome.
Commissioners, it's great to see you guys again. I've got some good updates and some updates that are in progress.
Yeah, we'll need your name. So we get it on the record as you speak, if you would, please. In fact, just to introduce everybody.
My name is Craig Gerard, I'm the Executive Director of Blackfoot Charter.
I'm Ashley Bartoski, the principal of Blackfoot Charter.
I'm Sita Jiang, the principal of East Valley Charter School.
Art Handy, Executive Director of Rolling Hills Public Charter School.
Jenny Sean, Head of School, Mountain Community School.
Mary Gervasi, mentor for the Increased Charter Support Group.
Thank you. Please.
All right, so we've been working with this program for the past, I think we got into it around October. If I remember it correct. So we had some good months, and some hard work put into that by the whole team. So I just kind of want to go through that and chat about some kind of where we're at. All right, so we kind of had 4 separate goals going into this year that we wanted to work on. One of them was intervention. We wanted to improve our tier 1 instruction. We wanted to develop an intervention model of learning. We wanted to get some good professional development in there, make sure that we had uniform expectations, both behaviorally and academically. And we wanted to update some teaching resources and get the teachers what they needed to be able to do that. We also jumped into some leadership development. Our board participated in the annual convention with the ISBA. We are working through the Gem State Governance program with the ISBA, and that's a 6-series board development with them. And the reason it's so drawn out is they want to be able to give the board time to work on what they just learned and learn, and then we have the next session. And so we'll have one more session, and then that will be complete with our board. They also attended the Idaho Education Law Seminar that's put on by Anderson, Julian, and Hull each year. Administration, we jumped into all of those various and more professional developments to kind of increase our own capacity as well. We put some work into our PBIS program. Tier 1 and 2 programs were fully developed by our team with support from CESTA. The PBIS team was expanded to include teachers, paras, administration, and parents. Resources were purchased to support behavior initiatives such as posters, our night coins that we use, and some various other incentives that we use with the students. We did regular data reviews, provided guidance and appropriate information on changes to make sure that none of our changes were based on feelings, they were based on actual data. And then we added a program called Reallyville that we were using as a kind of a interim intervention model with some of our kiddos that had more severe behaviors. And that worked out pretty well, I felt like. It required a time investment by the students, and then they had to sit down and have a conversation with Ashley about that whole thing after they learned it and write out a little bit of a report. And it worked out really well for us for a pretty nominal cost. And then we also had an enrollment goal that was tied to our marketing. We retained a marketing firm. The relationship has been beneficial and effective. We've done additional community outreach, kindergarten play dates, education on attendance, various literacy and math nights, just some other opportunities to get people into our school. We increased and improved our social media presence, developed local partnerships to support students outside of school. We refined our appeal and image through community education of who we are and what we do. And we drafted a 12-month marketing plan to support our initiatives, which will expire in September. So we'll get started drafting a new one for the following year. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about where did that all lead to. So a little bit on the IRI highlights. We really want to celebrate some strong academic growth here. Our K-3 teachers really excelled this year. From September to May, our IRI proficiencies grew from 21% to 64% on the May IRI. Sorry, that is a typo. It grew from 43%. I apologize. Kindergarten ended the year with 92 total percent proficiency. We had 3 students who were not proficient, and they were within about 10 points on the scale score of being proficient. No students were a tier 3 in kindergarten, so that team did phenomenal this year. Overall school-wide reduction of tier 3 students by 21%, and we'd had a 20% jump in tier 1. And this school was our highest overall achievement in at least the last 7 years on the IRI. For our ELA ISAT, we had preliminary results because they're not finalized until a little bit later in the year. The preliminary results indicated a 2% improvement in proficiencies over the 23-24 school year, a 13% improvement from initial benchmarks from the start of this school year. And some individual grade highlights were the 5th grade cohort improved by 10% over the previous school year. 6th grade cohort improved by 7%, and the 8th grade cohort improved by 18% over the previous year. Student retention and growth. This has been an area that we have struggled for several years, since about a year or 2 prior to COVID. And this graph that we kind of put together here, the blue column represents where we finished the school year with enrollment, and the purple line represents where we started the following school year. So as you can see, from about 2020 to the 22-23 school year, we were in a decline. And since then, we have grown by 10% year over year, and we're projecting a 17% growth in enrollment for next year, which equates to 72 student growth is the projection for next year.
Well, I'm sorry. If anybody has questions, just let us know. What do you contribute that to? I'm sorry. What do you contribute the growth to?
I really contributed to a lot of things, but predominantly the culture of our school has shifted dramatically. PBIS has been a massive improvement. The new facility has been a big draw. Having actual outdoor playground places where the kids can go and be outdoors. We have really worked hard to improve the quality of our teachers and our staff. And I think all of that stuff has just kind of come together to create a place where kids come in and they know that they are allowed to take risks, and if they mess up, it's okay. All of our students, in my perception, I can't say all because I don't have that exact data, but I believe that all of our students have at least one trusted adult in that building that they can go to. And we celebrate their successes, we celebrate the positives, we try to really not focus on any of the negatives. Though we do provide consequences, adjustments, reteaching if needed for them. But I think all of that stuff is coming together to really create a place where people just want to be.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That my philosophy is parents vote for good schools, so.
Agreed.
Thank you.
You bet. So with this growth, going into next year, even with the growth of 72 students, we're only needing to add one teaching position to do that. So basically what we've done is we've been able to fill up our classes to an appropriate size, and then we just had to add the one. And so financially, the 72 students, most of that is going to go towards our bottom line, which is also very, very cool. Jumping into PBIS, this one I'm actually pretty proud of, and Ashley has put a ton of work into this as well. But some of our goals were to reduce suspensions, and we did that. We went from 39 out of school suspensions and 9 in-school suspensions last year to a grand total of 14 total days of suspension this past school year, which is an improvement of 71% over the prior year in terms of behavioral suspensions and out of school consequences. We did have more major and minor referrals to the office. We believe it was up by about 25%, but we believe that's more due to the fact that we were all concentrating on that as a whole. And we knew that we needed that data to be able to make the changes that we did. So most of the staff was a little more diligent about bringing those in this year. Our PBIS team reviewed the data every other week and would implement changes, rule reviews, or celebrate successes while developing plans to address problem areas. And towards the end of the year, our partner in the PBIS has been Idaho SESTA, which is special education support. And they reviewed our program and determined that we have implemented tiers 1 and 2 with 100% fidelity. And they plan to work with us to continue to develop our tier 3 program, though we are well on our way to a strong tier 3 program. We just have a few more things kind of iron out, and we should be there. So we're jumping into next year. What does next year look like? Well, we know that we need to kind of follow the graphic up there and kind of just keep things moving in terms of improvement. And so in terms of PBIS, we're going to continue to work towards tier 3 fidelity and continue to invest in tiers 1 and 2. Data from this year will help to inform any adjustments or problem areas that were identified for next year. And we're also going to add attendance to our tier 2 to more effectively track and intervene with students who struggle with attendance. Leadership will be continuing their involvement with the superintendent and the principals networks. We're going to develop additional relationships and adding to administrative support structure. We're going to continue our relationship with the ISBA. Trainings will be targeted to identify needs once the Gem State governance is completed. We will attend all the annual conferences and the day on the Hill as well. And our school has been asked to speak at the ISBA conference in Coeur d'Alene in November. Marketing, we have a few summer community outreach projects that we're planning over the summer. Next year's focus will be on filling up classes we currently have and generating a wait list. And I actually I'm kind of proud of this because for the first time since I took over as director, we actually could not accept all students that came in on our lottery, which has been a huge hurdle for us in terms of being able to replace students who move or, various things throughout the year. So we're pretty proud of that. Expansion and growth. We added another section of 3rd grade, and I anticipate that we'll be adding a 3rd section, 4th and 5th by the end of next school year. We have also added another bus route to address busing times and overcrowding on some routes. To do this, we're having to expand some of our sidewalks and parking lot to accommodate a 9th bus at our school for those routes. Professional development. Professional development surveys sent to staff allow us to see what teachers think they can use help with and help us planning and identifying what PDs make sense, as well as helping us to find who to schedule them with. Sometimes finding those individuals can be a little bit challenging, such as Mary Beth, for instance. I don't know that I would have even known that she existed had I not been part of this program. Currently, we already have scheduled for next year. Pardon me. Curriculum mapping with Rosalie from Mountain West Associates. We have a U-Fly intervention set up. Classroom management and behavior schedule with Utah State University. We're doing a staff book study on love and logic over the summer because this aligns so well with our PBIS program. We are going to retrain staff again on restraint and seclusion for the coming school year. We're going to work with SESTA and our SPED team to give a training on accommodations and what that looks like in the classroom for our IEP students. We have a tier 2 staff training for all staff scheduled. We have a PLC refresher and a train the trainer course that we have scheduled as well. We have several teachers that have also signed up to join the SMART program through the state to support literacy. And then we have an Imagine Math professional development in October. And we are also going to be making some changes to our intervention program to address the areas that we know we had deficiencies in this year. And I'm going to ask Ashley to chat about that. She's been working really hard on getting this program developed. Spend the time with her.
Before you move on, just try to question. Hi, Chris. You had a lot of priorities. Tell me your top 3 priorities from that list for next year.
Top 3 priorities?
Yes.
Academic improvements, reduction in truancy, and I think continued professional development to support the initiatives we have in place.
Speaking of our intervention, we started reading interventions this year, and it was mostly kindergarten through 5th grade. Next year, we will expand it to the kindergarten through 8th grade. We've got 2 teams that are working over the summer to really flush out all of the ideas, the plans, the details of it. But kindergarten will have interventions within their 3 classrooms. And then 1st through 5th and 6th through 8 will do kind of a walk-to intervention model for both reading and math. Where these groups are fluid and flexible, kids will go to get the skill that they need, and then once they have received it, they can move on to the next one. These groups are skill-based and standards-based. And then they also provide intervention for the kids that are needing skills below grade level, as well as enrichment for kids that are on level and need further. We will follow the science and reading with our intervention groups using U-Fly. And then the math will be similar with groups that are flexible, skill-based, and kids can move once they master those skills.
And to kind of support this, we have really, so we rebuilt our daily schedule going into the school year we just wrapped up, and Ashley has had to do that all over again. I don't know if any of you have been a part of that. That is a depth of work that is months in the development. So we've really created a schedule and a system that is in place to support all of that academic growth and the needs for these kids. And we're putting the training into the staff where they need it to be able to support as well. So with that, I don't have anything else to add. However, commissioners, if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you.
So from our community school, we also had somewhat similar goals, although being a much newer school, a little different, I guess, vein to set a lot of the goals. So academic, as well as enrollment leadership were the 3 main goals. Academically, we really focused on revamping our reading practice, since we saw from our scores the year before, there was a lot that we had to improve and to change. We were part of the Smart 2.0 this last year and continue with them next year. And greatly redid our schedule to focus on reading this year. We also had a huge turnover in all of our staff and admin. And so there was a lot that goes in both academically as well as the leadership, because since they go hand in hand with each other as far as supporting students and their needs. But with increased charter support, we were able to purchase materials to support our math curriculum. There's a lot of things we purchased towards the end of the year to help us out with next year. For example, with iReady, the previous system we were using to assess our math growth of our students on a monthly basis wasn't lining up with what we were seeing in the classroom and also what we were seeing with ISATs. And then training to help out our sped teacher as well as all of our teachers, and specifically K3 since they were new this year. So for our enrollment and our leadership, we also were trying to focus on enrollment. We're in a bit of a tricky situation in that we're very geographically isolated where we're at. I think both just in nature of our county, but then also physically where our school is at. And so one part of our enrollment is looking at different options for the future so that we can be more accessible for more families. But one unique thing about our school is we do have a ski program in the wintertime. So we had Idaho PTV and our local newspaper come out and feature our ski program with the hope of enticing families where that's an important value to get kids outside and to ski. And then as far as leadership goes, certainly focusing on developing my leadership skills as a brand new admin. We also had a new office manager this year, so helping support her, and we also had a new sped teacher, so helping support her as well. And then going on to our board, of course, boards always there's always, turnover and change. And we recently had Bill Gore out, who helped kind of give us some fresh lenses to look at how our board is proceeding with things, and we look forward to continuing to work with him. And of course, we've had some of our board members for the first time actually to the ISBA, which was a great experience for them. And supporting our staff, we were able to bring in some experts to help give us some specific things that we could tweak in the classroom to better help behavioral issues, which then leads to helping kids support academic needs for the classroom. And like I mentioned, we were part of Smart 2.0, which had monthly meetings as well as regular professional development and a book study as well. We did sign up with Imagine Math in February. We were able to get a professional development day to learn how to implement better and start using it on a daily basis. So for what we saw for our students with the IRI, so for our K through 3 students, each kind of section there is featuring K through 3, with the end being the total outcome. Being a small school with small numbers, it's easy for a big impact to happen with just a few students. And what I mean by that is you'll notice for 3rd grade, there is a decrease from the fall to the spring. And suddenly that was due to one student. And that's sometimes the unfortunate nature of small. But we did see 100% growth in our scores overall and a 17% growth in proficiency from fall to spring. So starting to see a lot of the benefit of the changes in our reading program and that focus with Smart 2.0, but obviously still room to grow, which we can see from our ISATs. So the blue is our ISAT scores from last year. And as Craig mentioned, the ISAT scores that I'm talking about today are unofficial since they're not completely released yet. The purple is being this year. So we have a little bit of growth in math, which I attribute to having that Imagine Math that we brought in February. So we, obviously missed a good chunk of the school year for being able to utilize that. And I think that's something that will really help us next year to hit the ground running with our students. We do see a dip in our ELA, which is unfortunate, but I do think that a lot of it was really focused on phonics work this first year and really establishing set routines and focusing on morphemes for the older grades. Next year, we plan to focus on writing, and that is the theme for Smart 2.0, which I understand they're just being called Smart next year, but the focus for next year is going to be on writing. We also plan to revamp our schedule further to add more emphasis and time for ELA and reading and more rigor so that we see a rise and not this dip. This slide is really to show a little bit of my struggle going through the data to be able to compare from the 2 years. Only being in our 3rd year of operation, we don't have a lot of data to pull from yet. But the gold that you're seeing there is what I see when I look at the State Department's report card for our ISAT scores. However, if I go into the ISAT portal and pull the data myself, that's the blue. Not too sure what the difference in the numbers are there, but I'm just really bringing that to light of there's some different numbers there, and it changes how we see the picture. For example, it shows that we don't have math. If I look at the SDEA report card versus what I see in the ISATs. Breaking down what we saw, I know this is a little bit hard to read from there. The focus of really what to take away from this is what circled in yellow is this year. And really that although we're not seeing the proficiency that we want to see for our students in math and ELA, we are having a shift in students that are earning that 3 or 4 or that green or blue score and moving away from that red score that we're seeing up there. So we're having a spread across and a little bit of shift starting to happen. And we're still doing fantastic in science, which is a strong part of our we did purchase iStation testing for our upper grades in the winter. We didn't have that in the fall, so although it says fall to spring for grades 6, 7, and 8, that's really reflecting from January on. And for each grade level, we're seeing that growth. And again, 3rd grade, there was that one outlier. Incidentally, we only had 3 8th graders this year, and they each had extenuating circumstances. So that's why we're not seeing percent proficiency growth there. But overall, as a school, a significant jump in our growth. So for moving on for next year, because that's always well, that's great, but now what? Plan. Perhaps, when I presented in February, I gave the analogy of we're still trying to take off from the runway, and the hope is that we're in the air next year and that we're flying and cruising. So building on what we started this year, and then really starting to, as more data comes in each year, and we're refining who we have on for staff and how we're doing our model to fidelity, as well as meeting the state standards, we hope to really refine what we're doing. So both in our reading and with our writing curriculum with SMART, and then in math as well, with support with Imagine Math, and using iReady as a better tool to assess what we need for our students. And then so much of it is also refining my ability to help serve our teachers and therefore the students. And so next year I will be joining with Communities of Practice with Bloom, and then also the Idaho Principals Mentoring Project, so I can learn how to help everybody else more as well. And then just continuing to build that teacher capacity. We do have 1 new teacher next year, which one is better than any other number that could happen there. And so just building that momentum and faith in the community of what we're doing, so that it is worth a little bit of an extra drive to come out to our school. And we will continue to look for a new home as well. We've got some promising leads. Of course, nothing happens overnight, so it'll take some years. And I do just want to say how very thankful I am for this program. It has been instrumental in probably both my survival and the bit of success that we do have to say for this year. I started the school year as a brand new administrator with no previous experience. Although I was a co-founder and have been involved in the school from the get-go, I had never ran the school. I'd never done the things that fall under the role of superintendent. And the timing and the support that I had with increased charter support was phenomenal. And I'm so very grateful both for the financial backing that we had to purchase the resources we needed to help supplement what we're doing, but also just to have the connection to everyone throughout the state and my peers as well, to learn from each other. It's easy to think that we're all islands, and especially when we're geographically separated, it feels that way, but really there's such a strong network in the state and an amazing amount of resources that had I not been able to increase charter support, I would never knew existed. So I'm very thankful for it. Okay. And I'm happy to entertain any questions if you have.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And briefing Commissioner. I'm Sita from East Valley Charter School. As we all know, when we look at the iceberg, that what we see is only what exists, but beneath the surface line, there was heavy weight and history that will cause the challenges. As I look at my first year as an admin, I soon identify what is the root cause. But first, from there, I was able to take action. For example, mentorship, Common Core, data analysis, assessments, IDOA, Tier 2. But I still struggle because not only I drinking from the fire hose, but I was building the airplane as I was flying. Now, since our school renewal 2023, I'm the 3rd admin in our school. So because the weight was so heavy, not everyone was strong enough to carry. So our timeline is very behind. We need to see this change and the shift happen right now. I'm very grateful for the increased charter program because they were able to provide the funding and the support that is needed so we can take action right now and see the shift. I like they always use the rocket as their symbol because in order to launch a rocket ship, that we need to generate the rapid momentum to let it fly. Now, with great speed, it also comes with great pressure. So our school, we face tremendously force, but also we need to have a clear direction where you cannot launch in an opposite direction. So as we are setting our goal, Peace Valley, we always put student in the center. We realize the only force that is powerful enough to truly change the children's life is another human being. Not the program, not the curriculum, not the system can reach the student's heart the way the teacher can. So therefore, the leadership and the teacher change is the first step. So our board, we start our training, a lot of training together. I work with many mentors in different areas to build our leadership capacity. For our teachers, we really focus on our students and we build our instructional capacity. We have professional development around tier 1, tier 2, Mary Beth work with literacy, kind of like diagnosis. So know what we need to do and we will build our report card system. We really focus on the students' support on tier 1, tier 2 level and using assessment for the data to change and grow. We use a very little funding that we have to change the whole school's computer and internet system to support that technology need. We also communicate with the parents why the change is necessary and how they can support. The whole community come together. They volunteer the reading times, the IDOA time, with fundraising highest that ever we can achieve. Now, I want to show you, here is our result this year. I will compare our result with last year later. As we are looking at our whole school tier movement, we increased to 49, which is nearly 50%. This, as I believe you all know, Peace Valley's history, we always went downward. So this is the first time we truly have our trajectory, and it was highest in our school history. For our September and May data, our second grade and third grade show 19 and 60% on the tier 1 proficiency growth. If I pull the data out, you can see in multiple grade, we reached more than 50% of proficiency in tier 1. Now for our kindergarten and first grade, our kindergarten also show growth, and our tier 1 have lots of our first grade have lots of tier movement. So you can see first grade, second grade, and third grade, we both have major reduction, direct to relate to our tier 1 and tier 2 instruction that show their effect. Our tier 3 decreased more than half in several areas. If we compare our data in last May and this year, May, that not only we double for our academic achievement, not only we double on our tier 1 in multiple level, that we are able to see reduction in many level of tier 3. So the major shift that all time to our tier 1 and tier 2 curriculums, that no, we only was starting the program with Christy in October and Mary Beth in February. So compared to our overall tier movement data, last year, May, we only reached 30%. I know this is really sad, but this year we reached 49%. So we have 19% growth compared to last year's May data. Like I said, increased charter program like launch a rocket. Just as a rocket ship need to overcome the massive gravitation pull from the Earth to ascend, Peace Valley also undertake nearly 60 of gravity force pressure to effort to make the change. It requires focus on energy, alignment with Common Core, resilient, and help of the increased charter program. But once we live up, our trajectory can lift, and we are very excited what next school year can potentially look like for our school. This is our ISA data. Sorry, I get really sick after school year, so I have a ear infection. This is our ISA, it's not official, but if you look at our ISA data, we reach in multiple grade, we reach more than 50% of at or above proficiency. Compared to the growth within this year, our October entrance test and our May data, you can see there are growth in multiple grade. Now we do lost a couple of the students in 6th grade in the mid-year. But if we compare to each grade, 4th grade quadruple their growth from 12% to 49%. 7th grade grows from 53% to 73%. Even 8th grade, which we only have 7 students, but all of them move tiers from level 4 to level 3, and one of them even jump a level. For our more math data, our 4th grade showed significant growth. We do have a couple of the class was not able to do the entrance test due to our computer issue. But most of the grade was able to do the entrance test, also show the growth within couple grade. Our ISAT science test also grow. Now, science is not our focus this year, but because we focus on math and the literacy, therefore science grow too. As we are comparing last year and this year May's ISAT data, our math showed 16% increase, which doubled the proficiency last year. Our English showed 11%, our science shows 18%. And this is the data that we see for this year's growth. As we are moving toward the next year, we will continue to build our capacity. We already have several professional development lineup, especially on math and PBIS, and also literacy. In fact, we just have a book study this morning with Mary Beth with faculty that we decided our school is really going to focus on kindergarten and 1st grade on their academic performance. We have high goal for the lower grade, so we're not always doing a catch-up game. Now, so this is our goal for next year. We'll continue for the staff training and the board training and build our capacity. And we are so excited for the full-year curriculum implementation, because this year, I keep changing the curriculum in the mid-year, say this is what we're going to do in order to see the change happen. But next year, we were able to see the full-year growth. So imagine that could look like. So I always like to see human growth is not, it's like agriculture. I love it, by the way. I just moved here 8 years. It's an agriculture state. That when we see the education, it should be like a principle of agriculture that is an organic process that we can set the condition, have the right person, and it will grow. And I also love bamboo because I'm from Taiwan. That bamboo in the beginning 4 years, they only grow about an inch each year. But after 4 years, once it was fully rooted, it can grow 3 feet in a day. And that's what I see our school. We will continue to work hard and work with the support of increased charter program. Thank you.
You're great.
For the ear infection. Any questions?
Great report. It's nice to have you here than last time.
Was very nervous every time. Was here almost like every half year. I started to think they really like me.
Good afternoon. I'm Tara Handy. I'm the Executive Director of Rolling Hills Public Charter School. As you know, we have a historic merger that has been undertaken with North Star Charter School. My presentation is going to be a little bit different. We started off with a couple of findings on our certificate from 2022. So when I came on board in 2023, we had some findings. We had 3 financial findings and 1 ELA finding. To address the ELA finding, I adopted curriculum after writing a grant in the fall of 2024. We implemented that curriculum this school year. And we had a training through the publisher for all of the teachers, and we saw a lot of results. We didn't see as much as we thought we would, but we tried to remind ourselves that it was the first year of implementation. And so we knew that we didn't have really a huge baseline or a good baseline to compare to. We did see some increases in our K-5. We did not see much increase in 6-8. Those scores continue to stay a little stagnant. The other thing we focused on was our enrollment. Our enrollment did stay the same. We had a couple of students who moved out of state. So when you have 183 student enrollment and then you lose some students who move due to their parents' work, it tends to impact. It's a huge impact when you see even if it's just a few students. We also had board capacity with Chris Jorgensen. He was instrumental in guiding our board in navigating issues that inevitably come their way. He was definitely on my speed dial if I ever had a question. And then finally, the financials. So this was the biggest issue that we faced was there had been a financial deficit for some years. And once we were fully able to understand that and really look at it and look at what is real and what we would like to have happen, but back to what is real, I realized early on that that was going to be a struggle. I realized that our enrollment impacted that and a couple of other factors had impacted that. And in came the charter support program, which was a lifeline. I can't say enough. It's invaluable to have access to people who are non-judgmental, who you can call and say, I don't understand this, or what would you do here? And it's real conversations. Sometimes they're tough, but they're valid and they're stuff that you need to hear, because otherwise, when we're just looking at what we want, we're really missing what we have. And that was key to me. The charter support program connected me to mentors who I will be forever indebted. Jonathan Gillen, with the financial piece, is very real. He breaks down the information in a way that you can understand it. And he's very straightforward and honest, and that's what you need when you're looking at a charter that has financial conditions. With the merger, I met Andy Horning, who is an exceptional leader, and his famous quote is, I'll support you in however you need. No matter what I asked, I'll support you in however you need. In fact, he's probably here. Right, he is. As I said, please show up. And throughout this merger process, while the merger was occurring with so many details and so many different just dynamics going on, Mr. Horning and Mr. Gillen and Mr. Jorgensen allowed me to focus on my school and my staff and my students. And I think that was key, because there's so much that goes into it, and there's no way I would have had the bandwidth really to do both. I gave information to them as needed. I was in meetings, so my input was always sought, and I was always in the loop. So I understood what was happening throughout this merger process, but I was able to focus more on my staff and my students. So that was the leadership that we had. In terms of our targeted board and staff, as I stated earlier, they attended the ISBA conference. Chris Jorgensen coached them as needed, especially with regard to the legalities of transfer of assets and other things from Rolling Hills to North Star. As I mentioned earlier, Andy Horning has been key. He's attended both board meetings for North Star as well as Rolling Hills. So there was always that information sharing and that collaborative effort so that our board and his board knew every step of the way what was occurring. I know there probably will be inevitable questions about the merger, and I'm happy to answer those. But before that happens, I wanted to talk a little bit about this increased charter support program. You've heard my colleagues here tell of their success. And while I don't have a ton of data, what I do have is just the accountability and the connection that they provided to mentors. The merger was kind of a weird idea I had back in September because I knew we were struggling and I was trying to find a way to secure a continuum for the students and for my staff. It's hard when you're in a position to where you have to face the inevitable, but you can make decisions, because I feel like had I waited until the spring of 2025, so this spring, had I waited until then, it may have been too late. And I think I would have come before you under very different circumstances. And that is the pride I can walk away with, is knowing that I did everything I could to make sure that the students and staff had a place to go.
Questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Comment, Mr. Chairman. It's refreshing to see the program and finances that funded actually impact your 4 charter schools. And in a lot of ways, not only did you get the help, but it helped connect you with resources out there that are available. Sometimes charters aren't aware of that, like ISBA and Chris Jorgensen and those kind of folks. So very positive. I hope we can continue to see the legislature appropriate money.
Yeah, that's for sure. Please, Mr. Bloor.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, I'd just like to follow with Wally. It pleases me so much to see success from your work, teachers' work. But I've got a couple of questions for the consultants.
Okay.
And nice, we do have a couple of the consultants here. Yes, please. I would love for you to meet some of our consultants, if you don't mind, please. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm here.
So I am Jonathan Gillen. I work as a regional director for Charter Impact. So with Tara Cita specifically providing financial expertise and financial assistance, whatever they need, questions the State Department and helping them on budget. My plan.
And I'm Mary Beth Flashbart, and this is my 25th year in education in Idaho. I've served a variety of roles. My area of interest is really rural schools, charter schools in particular, focused on literacy. So at one point I worked at the State Department of Ed, and I was over school improvement and student achievement, so all the federal programs. But I really believe if you want to improve schools, you start with reading. And so I was delighted to see the success in science. You know, literacy is so critical. So it's Dr. Gervasi brought me out of doing other things, and so it's been fascinating. But I'm happy to answer any questions about curriculum choices or plans moving forward or just the involvement. But yes, and this morning we did our book study. We're gonna so we can't waste the time over the summer, right? And see the staff volunteering their time. So that's pretty cool, even every other Thursday morning.
First question that I have, as you've taken a look at these schools, deals for me, and I've got my own thoughts on this as well. I think you probably know that. Preparation. Not yours, not theirs. Do you feel that the preparation they were given from their accrediting universities was appropriate, or were they just kind of thrown out there and said, swim by the universities? You know me, I'm rude.
Yes. So I'll stop being Mary Beth for a second and be Dr. Flashbart for a minute. Unfortunately, I think Idaho does a better job than many states in terms of our institutes of higher ed and preparing teachers. However, there are many teachers that go through alternative routes or any number of things. The issue of teacher retention and recruitment in Idaho is still significant. And so in terms of preparedness, I would say give them a B-. And so that has really fallen on the school leaders. I know that's in terms of managing the curriculum, providing ongoing professional development. I think the results that we saw in Black charters directly result to the hard work that you've done. And I would say the same thing is true at Peace Valley, that there are some extraordinaries, right? So the challenge is they have some extraordinary teachers and they have some teachers that have yet to arrive. And so it's also just the staff support that they really need, that unfortunately they don't have the depth of knowledge. I'm thinking about Peace Valley being a Waldorf school. They don't have the depth of knowledge in that methodology, as well as we need to shore up their skills in terms of being able to differentiate instruction and provide more intensive tier 1 instruction.
How about certification at for an administrator? Is any of the things that I know that you guys have brought forward to help, is it taught? Or is it just kind of, I never heard about that, but now I find it very interesting that some of these things are new to you, or at least relatively new to your experience in leadership, that I stupidly had assumed the universities were doing their job and preparing you for that, especially in the financial management area. I mean, that's a bugaboo. I get tired of this. Oh, the principal's the instructional coach. No, they're not. Good teachers are the instructional coach. But you balance the books. Can you make sure that the bonds are passed, levies, that you're not worried about meeting payroll at the end of the year? And these are the things that I worry about with experience when a new person comes in, because you are alone. You don't have a school district to fall back on. And I really do hope that we're able to maintain an avenue of teaching people. Look, you don't blame junior lieutenants, you blame colonels. That we have an avenue for new administrators to ensure you don't go through the struggles of having to fix something. Because the board hired Pete because he was a great guy. That's what I'm worried about, is that we've got the ability to continue this program. And I would hope, Mary, that we're passing this information on to the colleges of education to ensure that these things are available, even if it's nothing more than a summer course that's open. But I'm proud of you guys, and I thank you so much. And I thank the SDE for it. But I have my eye on the universities, and that's where I work. So.
From my perspective, Commissioner, we took the principals, the school leaders where they were at, and tried to find differentiated supports to ensure that they would be successful. So 2 out of our 4 administrators, school leaders, are on alternative certifications. So they didn't have the university preparation program. And they also
had very limited experience in leading the school, so it's drinking from the fire hose. But we have a number of charter schools that there are brand new administrators being hired to lead them in our state. And so that's a reality. And one of the beauties of this program is that we're able to differentiate the leadership supports that our leaders need to help them to be successful. So for example, one of the supports we provided, in addition to these two incredible supports sitting on either side of me, was we had an experienced superintendent that could provide on-demand mentoring on just navigating the State Department, IC reports, Medicare, all those kinds of things that, you know, in most instances, you don't know where those supports are and you don't have that. So we were able to differentiate, and I think that's one of the beauties of this program and one of the reasons that I'm grateful that it's going to continue for a second year, but I also know that this second year, we need to find some sustainable funding so that this is how all charter schools who open in Idaho are supported. No matter what you come to the table with, you're gonna have differentiated supports that help you to be successful in your building your leadership capacity and ensuring that you don't have extreme renewal conditions, that there's interventions early on so that if schools start to struggle, that we're assisting wisely and with research-based practices to ensure that we turn them around quickly. So that we're building on, you know, the research from West Ed with the indicators of distress. And we're also building on some of the great models in our state, like for example, the Bloom Foundation, that they invest before, you know, a school's even envisioned. So they make sure that the administrators are prepared to open that school. And then once that school's open, they have a staff of experts that can provide that fiscal oversight, ensure that special education is being addressed appropriately, et cetera. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer the question a little bit more broadly than you asked.
Yeah, please.
Then what I would ask everyone as the 26th legislature meets and budgets are laid for, it would be a nice thing if we talk to JFAC and help them understand it. Rachel, that's part of SDE's responsibility too. But to help that understanding out there, because there is nothing more frightening than being thrown into the fire and no one's told you which way the bullets are coming, they're just coming. So I would ask as you guys look down the road, no, Mary Beth, you can't retire yet. I what it did for me. But I think that's important that they fully understand the value that, I mean, 300,000 is 300,000, but compared to the, I don't know what the budget was this year for the state for education, 3 billion. It's money well spent, well spent.
Could I just add one more comment?
Yes.
As I have an opportunity to be in front of you.
Yeah, let me, so Rachel, you and I, and our galleries here, give you all three of them. I just fed the two co-chairs ice cream the other day. So I think we could get a meeting.
Chairman Reed, and commissioners, I would also just challenge us to think about how can we build better supports moving forward for our charter schools? And who is responsible for providing this kind of differentiated support? Nobody. So it's nobody's responsibility right now. And you heard from my colleagues here, they didn't even know who was available to help them. And so is this an opportunity to rethink perhaps the technical assistance arm of the Charter Commission or the technical assistance arm of the State Department of Education, so that there, or a university, NNU, whoever, or Bloom, I don't know who it would be, but how do we build this support so it is a given? When a charter school is being envisioned in Idaho, this is the menu of support that's provided so that we don't have schools not meeting renewal conditions, or that is the exception to the rule. And unfortunately, I don't know what the data is, but it seems like your meetings, your agendas are largely focused on those schools that aren't successful. And I just think we can do better. And this program, I think, is a glimmer of hope of how we can do better. But we need to find a place to embed this model so that it's sustainable and that someone's responsible and accountable for ensuring our charters have the best possible start ever.
Yeah, sure.
I had, the last time I was before you was 13 years ago. And I came before you asking for your approval of Syringa Mountain School over in Haley. And so here I am now, 13 years later. I'm happy to report that Syringa has soared, not under my leadership, but under subsequent leaders, and that charter school is now doing very well over in Haley. But I'm before you now, 13 years later, with this incredible opportunity to encourage us to find a way to do better.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Quinn.
I'd like to try to answer that question a little bit. And I do want to thank Mary Beth Flashbar and Lisa Kinnaman, because they introduced me to the capacity building program at my role with the university before I joined the commission in 2011. And that was one of my first questions, Mary, at the time, is to ask, because especially in my role where we are doing the renewals, we say you need to do this, but there's no support to help them do this. And so I asked that question. And basically we're an authorizer and the funding goes for authorizing. And it was very fortunate that Adam, when he was our interim, not only rewrote the charter laws or revised them, but he also was the one that saw the need for this and asked for the funding. So it is I'm not going to speak for Alan because he's been here longer than I have, but it's identifying whose role that is. And right now, I think what you presented today is the best evidence of what's needed and what can be done if we do provide those supports, which is what we really want to do for all these schools. And what was evident to me in your reports is that early intervention, and we do have some of it that they need to go to ISBA training as board members and things like that. But you can see that there needs to be more consistency in that. But I'm hoping what you all have done this year, schools and all of you consultants, will really give us some impetus to be able to do more in this arena. So thank you so much to all of you, because I know it's a lot of work on all of your parts to make these changes, and it's really gratifying to see the success that you all have had.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Chairman Reed.
Yes, please.
Just a comment, and I hope we're all taking good notes to bring our future director up to speed. And I feel like we're kind of at a crux with a perfect storm where we will have a new director, another program director. Our staff has been incredible support. And this can be the time that a shift is made in how and why the commission can function a little bit differently.
Okay, thank you. That doesn't do it enough justice, but thank you. All of you.
It's beautiful.
Well done.
And you come back anytime. Rachel, thank you. Okay, do we have any public comment? No, nothing online, nothing there, okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Great job. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Well, that's a nice way to end.
Yeah.